And why did that not transition? We're here. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I am incredibly sorry for what you're seeing over here. I don't know why these icons aren't popping up. Stream Kit has been having some issues. Nalfian and Twig were just up there. Everybody's here though. So we got that going on. It's just being a bit difficult. But that's fine. But we are going to play Isles of Iverion today. I'm very excited to do so. So let's go ahead and roll the intro and get into it.
Boy.
Cute boy, hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up.
Yeah, boy.
All right, and we're back. So with that, Kayla, you are on summary this week, so feel free to take it away.
Yes, so the last session, I'm not going to read it like that, began with Lila and Eurydice having a conversation about their previous disagreement on how to approach either capturing or killing or maybe even trying to convert Finch to the light. They agree that they might need some distance from each other, but when the time comes to handle Finch, the party will go in with the plan to take him out, but if there's an opportunity to turn him towards the light, they will try, but not at the expense of Lila's life. Later in the session, after dinner, the whole party gathers to weigh in on their opinions on the matter, and they all pretty much agree the same thing, that Finch should not be trusted, but if an opportunity presents itself, that Lila can take it as long as she is safe. Nalfian holds a final... Nalfian holds a final training session with Danny and Tobias, teaching them about House Forrester's words and how they must be prepared for people to scoff and make assumptions at them, but as long as they stand their ground, they will be successful. The party spent some time with Zephyrin, discussing the means of getting into the pocket dimension that Emerald is currently trapped in. We all as a party discussed the different ins and outs of how a pocket dimension works and how this one in particular has an anti-magic field and the different possibilities of getting in. How we get in, how to fight off the Forsaken, and successfully getting Emerald out. We also briefly discussed using a bag of holding and maybe even imploding the dimension entirely. Zephyrin and Ephrin are going to have a conversation and hopefully put their heads together to come up with some ideas. That night, Yorick has a conversation with Eurydice and Lila about letting Twig interact as much on her own as possible during the tournament. This is in hopes to help her grow and learn to be a more responsible lady on her own. The next morning, we go and we visit, the man in the nursing home.
Pirate.
His name? Pirate guy, who managed to escape from Spooky Ookie Island. And after speaking with him, and he almost pulled a gun out on us, but he was a nice old man either way, we learned that there are these strange, almost like parasitic-like creatures that affect the people who try to leave the island. So, having better awareness that these creatures are there, maybe we could find a way to avoid them or better fight them off. Thank you very much for that name. With this information, the party heads back to Tatiana Tower to make preparations for the tournament. The next morning, they arrive in a fashion and carriage and on horseback, and they have a great procession in. Nalfian met many of the other knights, one including the son of the king. Some of them were seemingly more good-hearted, loyal knights, and others seemed a little bit more sketchy. During this entrance, however, Yorick receives a message from the Wild Hunt that there is going to be a force that will try to cause some type of conflict or issue at the tournament, and he is to hunt them down and stop them. He was told to look for a broken shield as a clue. As the tournament was about to begin, Nalfian is going to compete in the first bit of combat against Edward Dickon. Dickon Edward.
Dickon.
Dickon Edward. That's it.
Okay. Wonderful job. Okay. Nice. All right. So, with that, we are going to go ahead and dive right in. There is one addendum I need to make from the previous session. When we were going through the banners of each house whenever they were introduced, or the emblems of each house, I did a little misspeaky, but I'm going to correct it now. I had said that House Holt had that of a... it was a blue background with a golden fish on it. I misspoke there. That is not true. House Holt, they have a purple background with a 7-pointed silver star as their symbol for their house. Then there is right. Okay, yeah. Then there's House Downguard, Sir Angela Downguard. I never had described their banner. I just described how she had this cut up, sort of different spinning threads, not threads, but oh my god, a cloak that was tattered in these different pastel colors. Their banner, which I never described, is it's like a rainbow trout on a white background. But the scales of each of the fish is a different one of those same pastel colors that she wears on her cloak. So that was the only thing that I needed to correct. The other stuff was correct. House Dusac, just because there's relevance there, was the house that had the banner of... it was a snowy banner. There was a shield in the snow that was cracked, and there was blood in the snow. And I'm just trying to make sure that is... Yep. Okay, so that's the only thing I need to correct. So with that, we dive in to our jousting. Oh god, I updated Foundry and I accidentally removed a scene as opposed to going to it. Having a great time. Okay, so joust. Toggle navigation. Activate. There we go. So with that, we will go ahead and cut and play. Come on. There we go. All right. So as the jousting begins, Nalfian, you grip onto the reins of your horse. You can see Sir Dickon does as well. As he grips onto the reins, lances are handed to you, and you begin to charge. So how jousting is going to work is this is a combined tourney where the knights that participate joust, and they joust until one of two things. So after they finish jousting, whatever thing ends up happening, they will then go into a melee, and that's what determines if you go into the next round or not. So most of this tourney is based off of the melee, not necessarily the jousting. But here's how the jousting works, all right? From a rules perspective, you're using a lance, which luckily as a fighter, you're proficient in that, so you can add your proficiency, but a lance is a strength-based weapon, okay? Lance is a strength-based weapon. So whenever you go to attack another knight with your lance, you will roll a d20 plus your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. Okay. So that's what you're going to do. And you're going to try your best to land those hits. Now for this duration, Nalfian, you do have a shield. So you can add +2 to your AC. Okay.
Oh, fucking okay. Say
so
less.
Just keep that in mind.
While I'm on the horse.
While you're on the horse. Yeah. Yep. While you're on Marshall.
Got it.
Now, when you get hit, you have to make a DC dexterity saving throw equal to
Say less.
the hit.
Okay.
So, you get hit, you have to make a DC dexterity saving throw for whatever the roll was that ended up hitting you.
The damage roll or the roll to hit? The
roll to hit. So that means, Nalfian, what's your AC?
With the shield, it is 21.
21. Okay. So if someone is able to hit you, you'll need to make a DC 21 dexterity saving throw.
Holy shit. Got it.
Okay. But you have a high modifier, so you have a higher likelihood of staying on your horse. Whereas a lot of the other knights, their ACs being 19 and 20, they're going to have a lot harder time saving that. Okay. Now, if you get knocked off your horse, that counts as one of your 3 strikes that you can get in the tourney. Okay, if you get knocked off your horse. If, say, the
Against
knights...
me.
Against you, yeah. And you get 3 strikes, and you're eliminated. And you go into the losers bracket, okay?
Okay.
So, are you following?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, cool. So, then...
I want to get 3 strikes, essentially. And
Yeah,
if
you want to
someone
get...
gets knocked off the horse, that's 1 strike.
Exactly. Okay. Now, here's the thing. If, say, we go through several rounds of jousting, and nobody gets knocked off their horse, as soon as you get hit 3 times... that counts as a strike against you. If 3 hits are landed, then both people will get off their horses and they will initiate the melee. Now, if you're knocked off your horse, you dive straight into the melee. There's no break, there's no nothing. It's just knock off your horse, other person gets off their horse, you start fighting. And then in the melee, this obviously isn't to the death. This isn't like a fighting pit. This is honorable combat. So if you land a hit, you don't roll damage. You just stop before you end up making contact, and it's recognized as a hit, and that counts as a strike.
Got it.
So that means that you need to either knock the person off their horse, hit them 3 times to get 1 strike, and then the second 2 strikes you'll need to get in the combat itself. And you'll roll initiative as soon as somebody gets knocked off the horse to see if you actually who's going first and what the turn order is there. Okay?
Okay.
All right. That's how jousting works.
I'm with you.
Okie dokie. So, with that, we'll go ahead and dive in. As Nalfian, you whip the reins, put the spurs into Marshall's side. Dickon does the same. The 2 of you begin to ride out towards each other. I would like you to make an attack with your lance.
Okay. +1 plus my initiative?
No, plus your strength and proficiency.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say initiative. I meant to say proficiency. 19.
19.
I'm 14.
Okay.
+5. My initiative is, my proficiency is 4, my strength is +1.
Okay. And what was your AC, Nalfian?
21.
21. Okay. Alrighty.
Yes.
Cool. So as the 2 of you begin to ride out towards each other, you with a 19 and Dickon having rolled fairly high, rolling a 21, both lances will connect. As you see splinters fly, as both lances make contact with the shields. Nalfian, you need to make a DC 21 dexterity saving throw, and Dickon needs to do the same. Well, 19. Oh, shit.
That's a 20, baby. We're starting off right.
Okay. Alrighty. So you can see that as the lances come down,
My good rolls.
So what'd you say? It's 20?
That was a natural 20.
Natural
yeah.
20. Okay, I thought you said like a dirty 20. Okay, alrighty.
No.
So I gotta stand for this part. Oh,
I feel like I need to stand too. I'm hype. I'm gonna knock on wood though, because those are gonna be the only good rolls, and I'm gonna cry.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
It's racing. Oh, hey, look at that. You guys are on the stream now. Isn't that wonderful? Okay.
Hey.
Love it when a plan comes together. I don't know why. Oh,
Nah.
God. Wait. No, keep going. No, don't go down.
Now,
Don't go down.
when he gets hit, he is going to do a very nice. He's been practicing his Dark Souls rolls as he falls off the horse, and whoever's running, is it probably Tobias or Danny? Whoever's bringing him his sword, he's ready.
Okay. So, yeah, as you were able to knock Dickon off of his horse, so you can see as the lance makes impact, just slamming into his chest, you can see Dickon is just laid out onto the ground. As the horse runs off, you can see the squire run over towards Dickon, hands him a different shield, a much larger shield, and a broadsword, handing it off to his side as he's kind of like laying on the ground, and you can see, using his being more dexterous and more agile, you can see Tiberius is the one that ends up running over towards you. You can see that he hands you your 2 blades. You hand him the shield. Danny eventually gets over. He takes the lance and what remains of the lance after you had rolled off your horse. And you can see with that, Dickon is finally getting up to his feet, but he's a little disoriented. So on your first attack against Dickon, since you knocked him off, you will get to add a D4 to that attack.
Oh shit! Oh, this is so much fun. Okay, that's
all right.
nasty.
So
Sorry,
with
Dickon.
that, you can see Dickon. He's sort of like he lifts his visor up, and as you're walking over, he says, That was a really good hit. Really good hit.
You're doing great. And Nalfian's gonna swing his sword.
All right, he's gonna bring the visor down and he's gonna go to block. Well, we gotta roll initiative first.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, I literally rolled my dice to erase it. I didn't even do that, but that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so Dickon is looking at a 16.
Oh my god, I can't do basic math. Nalfian's a 15. So Dickon will
15.
go first.
Okay, so
I rolled a 10.
as you go to swing at him, so we're only gonna do just because of how we're breaking this down, we're only gonna do like one, like, even though your attack action you can attack twice, we're only gonna do one attack with your action.
For sure.
And then
Yeah.
you can try and use your bonus action to add a modifier to it as opposed to taking your, whatever. Unless you take an action surge, but that'll be the only time you can take an action surge during the entire turn. Just to keep it fair, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
totally.
All right, so you can see that Dickon does actually get the drop on you. As you go to swing, you can see he immediately parries the first blade, and he's going to come down with this like horizontal swipe towards your abdomen, and we're gonna see if he hits. So your AC right now would be 19 then?
Yes.
Oh no. So you can see that as he brings it down, that horizontal swipe, you're able to quickly throw the dragon tooth dagger down, catch the blade, and you sort of like smack the butt of the dagger, and it causes this like reverse momentum of the blade to fling away as it like reverberates in his palm as he immediately goes back into a defensive position, hiding behind his shield as you deflect his attack.
Nice. Ooh. My turn?
So with that, Nalfian, it is your turn. So I realized that.
This is gonna be nasty, Dickon. I'm sorry, what do I add? I played it in a hot minute. 20, whoa, 20, 27. 27!
27 to hit, yeah. So you can see
I rolled a 19.
as you parry Dickon's attack, he tries to get in that defensive position, but you are so incredibly fast, Nalfian. As you go in, what's the attack look like?
Yeah, so as he used his dagger to flick and parry Dickon's blade away, he's gonna use that as a distraction and just kind of twirl the dagger between his fingertips, and just trying to keep his eyes on his right hand, and then with his left hand, bring Whisper up, and just kind of, almost like an uppercut, but it's really, really graceful, and it's gonna stop right above his chin. That's a point, baby.
Well played. So, with that, sorry, I'm really hungry, so I'm trying to eat curry as well. Okay. So, you fling the rapier up towards him, and you stop right before his chin, and you can see Dickon sort of throws his hands up and nods, and you can see underneath the this like frog mouth helm that he has on right now, he's smiling. He's having a good time. So you stop and you pull the blade back, and I will say that the announcer, sorry I didn't mention this before, when Dickon Edwards was unhorsed, I don't know, dehorsed, dismounted. There you go. When he was dismounted by Nalfian's lance blow, he said, 1 point in favor of Nalfian of House Forrester. And then with the second strike, Dickon raising up his hands, you can hear the announcer once again, a second strike in favor of Nalfian Forrester. And with that, we go back up to the top of the round as as he's gonna make an attack against you, Nalfian. That is a natural 20.
Oh, you bitch.
All right, so you can see Dickon, he kind of like, you like point it up, and he's like, okay, come on. Just gotta get one hit, And he's just gonna like run towards you and shield bash you as he just, and he's gonna knock the shield into you as you just sort of fly back like 5 feet, landing flat on your back as he points the sword down at your,
Nalfian's gonna smile at him, and like with like putting his hands around the blade, he's gonna give him like a really good like slow clap, and then he's gonna kip up.
Okay, so as you do the kip up, you can hear the the announcer say 1 point for Sir Dickon Edwards, and oh my goodness, as you kip up.
Yeah, Nalfian kips up, blade back in his hand. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Dickon, it's fucking over. It's another natural 20. I'm wasting them all on Dickon, but it's fine.
All right, how do you
Way
end
too
the
much
melee with Dickon Edwards?
Oh, sorry, buddy. So as soon as Nalfian kips up, he is just going to immediately kind of like smile and just start charging at him. Full out, like almost like Naruto running towards him. And instead of like going directly towards his torso, baseball slide underneath Dickon, right between his legs, come up from behind, nothing personal, kid, and just right against the back of his neck.
Okay, very good. And you can see there is a small gap in between the breastplate and the helmet where he has this like gorget that's covering his neck from fatal blows, and you kind of just slide the dagger into the back of the gorget. Not, of course, not hurting him at all, but just showing that you had him. And he throws his hands up once again as the announcer says, and finally, a third point in favor of Sir Nalfian of House Forrester. With that, the victory goes to Sir Nalfian of House Forrester. As the audience goes into this massive cheer, as Nalfian, you win the opening round of the tourney. As you pull the dagger back, Sir Dickon, he'll kind of take his helmet off as one of his squires comes over and he hands him the helmet and the shield and the sword. And he reaches a hand out to shake yours. It was a...
Oh yeah, Nalfian will immediately shake it back. Sorry.
And you can see the younger human man, this sort of very, very short black hair and a little bit of stubble. He says, "Thank you so much. I'm very glad that we had an opportunity to do this. And I would like to say that I feel like I've learned something, but I don't think I could ever do what you do."
Seriously, this was a lot of fun. You did a great job, and losing is probably the best way to learn. You'll get there.
Thank you.
And Nalf will shake his hand.
And as you shake, you can see that there are several attendants that begin to go throughout the jousting arena, picking up wood shards from the splintered lances and any bits and pieces of the broken shields, picking up and cleaning up and getting ready for the next joust. So, round one. Okay. So with that, Nalfian, you, Tiberius, and Danny are all escorted off the field back to the way that you came. And you can see as you're, you can hear as you're leaving, the announcer says, "As we are resetting for the next match and the banners are being placed for our next round, please feel free to enjoy any of the festivities of the opening tourney of the season. We will reconvene for Sir Henry Calderson versus Sir Marjorie Harker in 1 hour." And you can see with that, some people begin to get up to go and mosey about the rest of the area with all the different activities that are currently happening in this place. So, Nalfian, as you leave, you're sort of escorted off. You can either reconvene with the rest of the party, or if you'd like to, you can see a small area where the other knights, almost all of them, are currently gathered if you'd like to talk to them, or you could go back to the party.
I think Nalfian would want to stay focused, so he'll just scope out the competition. So I think he'll kind of make his way towards the other knights.
Okay. Alrighty. Cool. So with that, Nalfian, you make your way towards the other knights and the rest of the party. I leave it up to you what you would like to do in the current moment. So for the rest of the party members that's not Nalfian, you can either go explore some of the other things that the tourney has to offer, or if you would like, you can stay seated in your places in the hopes that you may somebody may stumble upon you to try and talk to you, but I leave it up to you.
We have a whole hour. Let's go do fun things.
I was just gonna say Lila would be up to go do, especially like since the next people isn't Nalfian versus somebody. I think Lila definitely wants to be there when Nalfian's jousting, but doesn't care much. You know, it's all not him. So.
What are the other ladies doing?
So,
Sorry,
Also,
didn't mean to catch you
Twig
out.
is like
No, I was-
in a different area with like the ladies, right?
What?
And the rest of us are like in
Hold
like
on,
the
no,
stand.
I thought us as a
No.
party are still together. It's just Nalfian's
Oh,
out, right?
okay.
yeah, you guys are just
I
sitting
thought-
in
We're in
the
the
area.
forester section.
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
forester
man.
section.
We got our own booth.
Oh, I see.
We're cool like that.
No, that
Oh.
that meeting between the ladies takes place during lunch. So
Yeah, no. What I'm also saying is like, are the other ladies like, are they going into the festivities or are they like having their own thing?
you can see it
Like
depends.
staying their own little places. Okay.
The two houses of Tarkir, Dregu and Dusak, those ladies are staying precisely where they need to be. They are very prim and proper, and they're not participating in the festivities. But the ladies of the Kingdom of Iverion, you can see they are a little bit more rowdy. Some of them even going as far to wear trousers as opposed to dresses. Very fine trousers and tunics, but definitely not traditional lady garb. Some of the ladies of the Kingdom of Iverion wear.
Yeah, Twig's just like scanning this, looking at those first two that are very like prim and proper, being like, oh shit. Well, not Twig, because it's Twig. But yeah, and then seeing like, you know, there are others. She wanted to go to the festivities, but she's also just like, I need to look good here. So yeah, she'll join everyone else in festivities because let's fucking go.
Okay.
So much fun.
All right.
Let's
And
go.
Everin will go along with the rest of you to scope out the
Oh,
festivities. Zevran, yeah. Sorry.
I was like, what?
Real
When did we
quick,
get here?
can York see where like House Dusak is? Like, do they have like a main like area or like a tent that they've kind of been like gathering in?
Yeah, so as you were walking in, here we go. We'll go back to the screen. As you were walking in, you could see very clearly that spread throughout the tourney grounds, there are several tents and areas set up for the houses that had to travel. So that's every house except for House Forrester, since House Forrester doesn't have like a retinue of knights or a retinue of soldiers or servants or anything like that. They're the only place that doesn't have a tent. Or some type of place to go when they're not here. But every other house has some type of small encampment where they've been staying as the festivities take place today and tomorrow.
Okay. And he can see their tent, like specifically, he can see theirs, not just like the gathering of where they are, or
Correct.
would he need to get closer to find where theirs are?
No, you can just from because it's like I guess the best way to think about it would be like a 3-pointed star, where in the center you have the jousting. Down one alleyway, you have the noble houses. Down the other alleyway, you have the food, festivities, activities, the actors. And then down the other alleyway, you have individuals that have come from far and wide to sell and peddle goods.
Gotcha. Okay. I think as everyone's getting up, York's just gonna be like, alright, I'm gonna catch up with you guys later. I'm just gonna go use the restroom real quick, but I'll catch back up before the next match.
Ye old porta potty.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best excuse in the book.
Yeah,
No one's
already
like,
argue with
what
that
do you
one.
mean? You just used the bathroom like an hour ago. Bruh.
York eats every 30 minutes. Checkmate.
Oh my god. We don't
Yeah,
need to
gotta
discuss
come back to
York's
that,
bowel
do ya?
movements.
What's the problem? I gotta take a shit. Can I not do that in peace?
Don't make you making fun of me because I'm a tiefling? You didn't know about tieflings, did you? Racist.
Our bowels are particularly active.
Anyway, on festivities.
Yeah.
Nothing better than a poop joke.
Better
All right.
York will depart the group.
All right, Yorick, you split off, and we'll come back to you in a little bit here. Okay.
Yeah.
So, with that, Twig, Eurydice, Zevran, and Lila, you... Oh, I didn't mean to open Steam. Oh, God, what a catastrophe this is. No, Steam. I don't I don't need you to assault me with furry sex games. Please stop. Please.
No.
It's a running joke that I have because
And out of context, that sounds really bad, Jim.
I understand, but it's just so funny to me.
Just Joe's favorite. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it.
About those festivities.
So about those festivities, as you head into the area specifically where there are the festivities, the actors, you can see immediately the biggest drawing there is that of a very large platform, lanterns hanging down from it. You can see several mages off to each side making small explosions of magic and color, as you can see a collection of actors led by none other than William Bosterman, currently going through a performance of you know what, Richard III. There can be an Iverion king named Richard. That only makes sense. So, I mean, Henry. His name is Henry. Like King Calderson's son. His name is Henry. So
Nice.
you see them putting on a performance. Nalfian, of course, Nalfian's not there. Lila. Actually, all three of you. William Bosterman's, he's Shakespeare, so it's okay. He's really popular. All three of you very familiar with the plot and structure of Richard III. And you can see William's going hard right now into the performance. Of course, he's Richard. So
Right.
you can make your way throughout the festivities there. You see the performance of the players happening, but you can also see that there are smaller games and activities that are currently going on, like typical carnival games where, like, you know, take a hammer, try and hit the metal thing to send the like thing. I said thing
To
twice.
ring the bell.
Yeah, to ring the bell. Like very, very standard, like carnival games that are currently happening. There's also food and drink available as well, relatively cheap, you know, things like turkey legs that they have. There's also a wide selection of fish on one side of the area, but it is but that's all the way on the far side, and it's downwind of everything else. That way nothing in this area gets infested with the fish smell.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah. So you can see there's plenty of food, there's plenty of small games and activities, or you could sit in and watch this riveting performance of Richard III.
Are there
We're gonna play
things
this
to win at these games?
Yeah, small little knickknacks and baubles. You can see
That's
most
fun.
of them are like carved knight figures. There are some figures of the Green Lady that are there. There is, what are some of the other things? You can see
He wants a goldfish.
there are also like
Goldfish. I really want to win goldfish.
there are also like things that you can win. They have like small cloaks. A lot of these games seem like they're for children, so there are small cloaks that have been fashioned that are children size in the different houses that were coming to fight at the tourney.
Cute.
Yeah.
Wait,
We've got a
do they
little
have
cloak,
cars
we've
to
got
one
lucky,
then?
and he gets a little cloak.
You could check upon further inspection. You haven't seen anybody with a Forester cloak yet, but maybe.
She doesn't want to be obvious about it, but she does want to peek, you know?
Yeah. So as you go over to the game where that is, which you can see they've set up like a little mini melee for really young kids, where they have these like very light like wooden dowel rods, and they're kind of like doing like little sword fights, and they have wooden shields. And you can see one of the knights that's not in the tourney is sort of moderating it, you know, making sure it's a clean, fair fight. And you can see whichever small individual, whatever small child wins, they get to pick their cloak that they want to wear, and which house they want to represent for the rest of the tourney. And you can see that there is a small collection of cloaks, seemingly made by whoever's running this game, that are representative of House Forrester.
Yeah, she's totally in that thing of just like walking over there as if, oh yeah, I'm totally just walking to this other thing that's past this and just have to be here, but she's totally just, peeking. And when she sees that there are Forrester cloaks, she'll just smile.
Okay.
Just a little smile.
Did you mind?
God, I want a Forester cloak so bad. We can't justify beating up children.
Yeah.
Well, I will say,
It also would be super small and
Being a
eerie.
child, you're gonna see.
No, I want to get it for Lucky. He fucking deserves
Oh.
it. Give me a miracle.
That would be really cute. We should get it
lucky to
for-
beat up a child.
We should. Anyone remember Zamir, which was like Nalfian's little pseudo dragon that we have not talked about?
Tennille?
Zamir.
Yeah,
Not
Zamir was Cyrus's real name.
Oh yeah. Anyone else remember Zamir?
Yeah, I was like, God damn.
Can I
That sounded
test
so shitty.
something? I just wonder, right? So Lucky is probably hanging out with us as Fire Dog, little boy.
Mhm.
And Yuri, just out of curiosity, is just gonna look at him and go, just, you know how you can shapeshift into different forms?
No.
Yeah, I can do that. I can
No,
change
it's
my
gonna be
form.
nightmare fuel.
Could you, in theory, become a small child?
It's gonna be nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I could
That'd
try.
be a very uncanny valley child.
I don't want to.
She just wants to know if he can.
A fire child. Well, I guess it'd just be a fire
Just be
genasi.
fire genasi.
but still.
Well, she doesn't
So-
want to have him fight. I just want to see if he can.
So you see him shape change as he like shifts and he like stands up on two legs. And you can see what this is what Lucky sees whenever he sees small children, and this is how he sees it in his eyes. Is
Oh no.
it is reminiscent of a miniature Quasimodo, in a way that is very terrible because it's like kind of slouched and hunched over, and it's a little lumpy, and the face is completely flat, so there's no nose. Face is completely flat, and there are just these little beady black dots for eyes that are kind of just floating around the face a little bit.
No.
And this like long curly red hair, just kind of like,
Oh.
is this what you wanted? And the hands are really long, kind of like salad fingers, you know?
Oh my god.
In fact, it looks a lot like a red salad fingers. Like that's honestly the more that I think about what I'm describing.
Salad fingers on fire. Got it.
Lila's gonna ask you to see. Can we not do that?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to see if he could.
Is this not what you wanted?
That's no.
I can take feedback.
Oh, not right now.
No. This is, you know what? You're better as a dog. Maybe we go back to the dog.
It's very weird. You see him go back on all fours as the weird child first, and then shift into the dog.
I feel sorry for anybody walking past them.
You can see there's a guy that like throws like 2 copper pieces down on you, thinking it's like a show. Oh, great show!
Oh.
Just 2 copper
Hey,
in the
right,
dirt
right,
now.
okay.
For money.
Not that we really need the money, but you could, like, it seems like there's performers of some kind. Maybe if you're wanting to try out some harp, see how the crowd reacts.
Oh, no. I have not practiced enough yet for that. You know what? Let's go see what else is. Zephyrin, do you have any preferences for what you want to go do?
We keep asking Joe at the wrong time.
You can see Zephyrin just
Alright.
took a bite out of a turkey leg that he bought.
I'm
he's
sorry.
like, "Oh my
I'm
God."
not looking at the stream. I'm sorry.
So sorry.
I apologize, Joe.
Swallow.
Okay. No, I haven't. Excuse me. Sorry. It's really giving me a heck of a time, that turkey leg.
Spitters and bitters.
Sorry, what was your question?
Is is there anything specific you wanted to go and do?
Oh, no, I
this
feel a
is
little
games
selfish.
stuff.
I got food without asking anybody. I was just about to ask if anybody wanted any food. I was going to offer to go get you all some. I tried this turkey leg and it's delicious. But I sadly, I don't get around to the Riverlands or really any of the tourneys very often. As I said before, the Knight's Field is not where I spent a great deal of time, so I never came to any tourneys growing up. In fact, not many make their way up to my home. But who laughed? What was that? What was so funny about what I said? Must have been a mad
well,
woman,
he-
I think.
When he trails off, Lila say, I actually would love some food. I can go with you, unless that's where we all want to head.
If you two want to go off on your own and go grab food, I'm sure me and Twig can go find some fun stuff to do.
Okay, is there anything you guys want?
Looks at Twig.
Sorry, I'm like blanking on any kind of tourney food that would not just be meats.
Popcorn!
Oh, shit, yeah, get me some popcorn.
Kettle corn, that's what Lila wants, so.
I want to imagine Twig just went, shit, yeah, get me some popcorn.
No.
Okay, we'll get a bunch of popcorn unless anyone wants anything else.
I think popcorn is a good... I think that's the right way at the moment.
Alright. And we'll get a turkey leg for Yorick.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
They're very good.
Perfect. Alright, see you guys back at the place.
Wonderful. Okay. So, as all of you are heading about, I will say that as Lila and Zephyrin head off to go grab food for everybody, as Yuri and Lila are sitting near the area where the small children were participating in their own little tourney, you can see that the knight moderating right now, you can see that he's just wearing a gambeson. He that is just striped with purple and silver. Definitely not wearing his armor in this moment. Doesn't feel like he needs steel or plate when there are children using wooden swords. You can see a very homely, plain-looking man, maybe in his 50s or 60s. Hair still very thick and black on top of his head, and a little bit of a patchy beard that just seems as though he hasn't had time to necessarily shave it off. You can see him moderating a bit, and as a fight finishes, he looks around and says, well, very good work, lads. Remember, gotta keep that shield up, all right? That's how you avoid those blows. And as he looks up, he says, well, just a small break, everyone, before the next game. And he moves over the fence, and he says, I apologize greatly, but you do not happen to be Lady Twig of House Forrester, do you?
That would be me, yes.
That is a great honor to hear. I am Sir Wilmot the Handsome of House Holt.
What was that name, Wilmot?
Wilmot.
The
You're just skipping over the handsome.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm trying to get my notes down. Okay. Sorry, Wilmot, just, I don't know. I'll stop. There. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you too.
Yes, I just needed to introduce myself. When I heard that House Forrester was participating in the tourney, you must understand, I was, I felt myself aglow with happiness. I see it's been quite a while since there's been a Forrester participating in any of the tourneys, and I was very happy to hear of your family's return to it.
Oh, well, thank you. Hopefully we'll be able to participate in more in the future.
I hope so very much. Tell me, are you Elizabeth's daughter?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I could tell you have a striking resemblance to her.
Right. Thank you. very
course.
awkwardly, even for Twig.
I must admit, my lady. Oh, I'm incredibly sorry. I do not mean to be rude at all. To you, my lady. Looking to you, Eurydice. Of course, as I said before, my name is Sir Wilmot the Handsome of Household.
Nice to meet you. It's fine, I'm not a lady in the same way that Twig is a lady. I'm Eurydice.
Well, Eurydice, it is a great pleasure to meet you as well. I'm assuming you're one of the traveling companions of, Lady Forrester?
Yes, we've been friends for a while now. We've traveled around quite a bit together.
Well, wonderful. It's very good to hear that the Lady of House Forrester has ample protection around her. I must admit, though, as it is a knight's tenet to be honest and dutiful, my Lady Forrester, it is no great secret that your mother, she meant a great deal to me in a different time, in a different life. And I would just like to offer my services should you need it. I control a small retinue of footmen belonging to House Holt, and I would be more than happy to provide them to you if you would ever need them. Around 100 soldiers.
Oh, well, I would be glad to take you up on the offer. I mean, we would be in need of, I think, quite a few numbers in, oh shit, I don't even know, what is it, like 2 or 3 months?
About, yeah.
Well, in about 2 or 3 months, we plan on trying to reclaim Hazard's Hollow.
That is wonderful to hear. I had heard of its downfall, and I was incredibly saddened by it. Were any of the records of House Forrester reserved from that time that you know of?
Not exactly. It's difficult, I think, to find a lot of things in general. I think the only thing from it is just an account of... It's not exactly records or anything, and, well, it's... Were you looking for something in particular?
And you can see he kind of pauses for a moment. And, well, there are, it is not uncommon for houses in Iverion or between all of Aridane itself, political parties to make deals and treaties and agreements with one another to strengthen their hold on a certain realm, or if they are in need of any type of service or alliance of some kind. And these deals come in many forms. You see, I myself am... I am the first son of Lady Joan Holt, the Lord of House Holt. And when my dear mother passes on, I will receive the lands and titles of House Holt, and I myself am a man with many sons. And we had many meetings and with your mother, and she had said to strengthen her claim on the south and to strengthen my claim on the north, that her firstborn daughter would be married to my firstborn son to strengthen the claim on both houses.
Looks to Eurydice, help!
Yuri looks at the guy. She's like in bewilderment. She goes, "Yes, well, no."
Did you just say, well, no?
Yuri like
Well,
she says
no.
that, and then she steadies herself like, "I think this is something that needs to be discussed with the current lady, rather than off agreements with previous rulers of the house.
Right.
Sorry,
yes.
how old are your sons, even?"
Oh, well, my firstborn son is quite old now, but my my ninthborn son is right around Lady Forrester's age.
I can't say what I want to say. Yuri looks at Twig like, "Do you want to leave? Do you just want to walk away now?"
Yeah. Twig is like in full panic mode. She's like
Yuri just
backing up
takes-
behind Eurydice.
She takes Twig's hand in a way of like, "Don't panic," and she goes, "Thank you for letting us know. We will, the lady will think on it, and I'm sure we'll come back to you with an answer at some point. Very nice to meet you." Turns around, just walks away.
Of course, any envoy can be sent directly to White Harbor, as that is the seat of power
Thank you.
of household.
Thanks. Good to know. Thank you. As quickly walking away. She goes, "Oh, I did not think he was going to go there."
We go back to the stands, please.
Yes, absolutely. We will. Yep, let's go.
Okay.
Jesus
Alrighty.
Christ.
Hey, I don't know what you're so upset about.
Just
I
screaming.
thought he was going to
can't.
ask Twig to marry him initially, and I was like,
I know, like, ugh.
No, it's not that weird.
"Bruh, he's pumping out children like there's no tomorrow. Like, my guy."
I'm not even 16 years old.
And his youngest son is 14. He's about to be 15.
Anyway, I want to go back to my stalls, please.
I was contemplating having Yuri dimension door right there and then. And just drag Twig with it.
It's betrothal. It's nothing that serious. Anyway. So, you escape the cold grasp of marriage betrothal, and you avoid an incredibly awkward no that you need to say eventually. As
Well, no, initially.
as you make your way back towards the stands. Now, we'll go ahead and cut to Lila and Zevran. As the two of you are walking throughout the area, you can see Zevran has a very upright posture to him as he walks throughout these stalls, looking at the different food items. And you can see him sort of saying under his breath, popcorn. I do not know where to find popped corn.
Can I take a look and see? Sorry.
No, go ahead. What were you
I
saying?
was interrupting. I was like, can she scan for popcorn?
Yeah, make
Perception
a perception check.
check. Oh, I need. Hey, Gemma, guess what I didn't do? Pull up my character sheet. Perception.
Wow.
Here we go.
My side didn't come through, but no, it was there.
28.
28. It's not that you
Lila
see
can
it,
see.
Lila.
Oh.
It's that you can smell it. That savory, buttery, salty smell wafts through the air, and Lila's sniffers can isolate it. As you follow your nose, and Zevran follows closely behind you, as eventually you do find a popcorn stand. You can see that it's like almost like a wok, like this big wok that is currently sitting in this burning fire with these metal stands around it. And you can see there is this hot oil that is poured into it and the kernels of corn thrown in, and this large piece of round sheet metal set on top of it. As you can hear the corn like popping and popping and popping, like these rapid fire explosions, and as the lid is taken off, you can see these mounds of fluffy white popcorn that are salted, and then you can see the this like syrup kind of poured over them as they are put into these small paper containers and handed off, and as you pay for them. So how much popcorn are you getting? It's like 1 copper a bag.
I think we were getting like 4 just to kind of like get it for everybody, 4 or 5.
Okay.
And then if no one wants it, it's just a copper. So, meh. Or probably Yorick will eat all of it. So.
Okay. All right. So mark off 5 copper pieces.
Cool.
5 100ths of a gold.
Yeah. That's hard to mark off, but yeah. I'll put -5 copper.
Ready. Okay. So you gather your popcorn, and you stop at a few other places to gather, like a turkey leg, and you're able to grab some chilled wines and ales. And we'll say just mark off another gold for all that stuff.
Cool.
You can see Zevran uses a mage hand to carry some of it.
Handy.
Just kind of
Perfect.
literally. So you can see that all of you, the 2 of you carrying back the supplies and the goodies back to the stands. You can see a knight kind of looking off in the distance a little bit and kind of nods his head. And you see a homely looking man wearing a tabard, or not a tabard, a gambeson of purple and silver stripe, looking a little confused and befuddled as he heads back to the child fighting arena. That sounds way worse. The game sparring.
Do we recognize that he's of House Holt? Like, I feel like Zevran and Lila
both
would
of you
know
do.
that.
Yeah, neighbors to House Hornwood, so yeah, you'd recognize that.
Yeah. She'll just kind of like, seeing that, look to Zevran and be like, interesting. Weren't we just by that area?
But yes, we were. I believe that is, Sir Wilmont of House Holt, I think. So Wilmont,
Oh,
the
yeah.
the handsome.
No, yeah, I think I met that family before, maybe a long time ago, though.
Yes. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what was upset or what was wrong.
Yeah. Seems very distraught, but... Oh, maybe Holt didn't do well. Did they start the next joust?
No, they haven't started the next joust, and in fact, I've heard that Sir Jacob is a very fine fighter in the melee. Not a very good jouster, but in the melee, he's won several tourneys of melee before. In fact...
Oh.
No.
Joe, you cut out extremely for me. I only heard about 7 words.
Oh. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. So Jacob is quite good at the melee. Not a very good jouster, but in the melee, he's won several. In fact, I think it's very interesting. Sir Jacob has won many a melee, but the only person he's ever been beat by was actually Sir Marjorie of House Hawker. That woman is she is a maestro with the Morning Star. I've only ever heard tale of it, but from what I've heard, it has been, well, incredibly good.
Oh, geez. And she's up next, right?
Mm-hmm. I believe so. Sir Marjorie versus, I think, Sir Jacob. But they haven't begun fighting yet. Well, maybe we should get back.
We should
then.
get there. That sounds like it's going to be a good fight.
Yes. All right. So with that, the 2 of you make your way back. And I will say that, well, never mind. So the 2 of you make your way back towards the stands. You're ready to see Twig and Lila all reunited as popcorn is handed out And you can see that they are getting ready to set everything up and getting ready to go with the jousting for the second round. But before we can get there, we need to cut to Yorick. So, Yorick, as we cut to you, you head off, splitting off from the rest of the party, claiming to need to go use the restroom, but nothing of the sort. So, what is Yorick doing as you separate from the rest of the party?
Yeah, so I'd say he's just kind of like mentally kind of getting his like game face on, kind of breathing to himself as he's making his way to House Dusak. Dusak? Was that how you pronounced it?
Dusak, yep.
Yeah, kind of like making their way towards like that area, because like obviously if like the Wild Hunt's giving him like an official like decree as High Hunter, like there's some bad shit that's gonna be going down. So yeah, he's just kind of making his way over there to try and see what he can see first of all, because he's working with very limited information. So at first he's just trying to kind of he's trying to figure out just kind of what he's working with here as he approaches.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, as you approach, you can see that House Dusak being a Tarkirian house, there is a lot more... There is a much more regal air to the bannermen and... to the banner bearers, to the banner bearers and servants and fellow knights within the retinue of Sir Helena within the Tarkirian tents. The servants are attentive. They are at beck and call. They are very well dressed, very finely attentive. And they are sort of constantly cleaning and making sure everything is nice and neat and tidy. Not to say that the Iverion ones aren't, but there is a bit more polish and regalness, especially around the knights and their armor and their weapons, as most of the knights are currently not wearing their armor outside of the tourney. You can see that Sir Helena is here right now. She's talking with a few of her banner bearers, a few of the other lords of the Winterwood, the area where she originates from in Tarkir. It's hard to make out what they're saying, though, so you'd have to get a little bit closer if you'd like to see it, or if you'd like to hear it.
As he's watching from afar, because I think he's trying to get just like, again, a little bit more information, is there any sort of area that seems like more well guarded, or is there someone kind of in this retinue that kind of seems like they don't belong? Like, is there anything in general that just kind of sticks out to Yorick? But those are kind of the two main things he's looking for. Somewhere that's like more well protected, and then is there anyone that doesn't look like they should be here?
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception. Okay. That is 21.
21, okay. With 21, as you are scanning around, you can see that well guarded. Not really. Most of the area is free for people to enter, but anywhere near the knight, you can see that they do have a few men-at-arms or soldiers at arms that are following them around to make sure that nobody gets too close. So only immediately around Sir Helena is there any type of guarding. But within the tent themselves, there are plenty of messengers and representatives from the house that you are free to talk to. Most of the time it's for like political business, but you can see several common people approach of Iverion or of Hearthcrest to speak about what the principles of House Dusak are, and it draws no attention. So that's thing number one. The only thing that is guarded is the like personal belongings of any knight and the knight themselves. In terms of people that don't belong, with the 21 you said?
Yeah.
I would say with a 21, opposite of House Dusak is that of House Dragu, just on the opposite side of the alleyway. And you can see that there is an individual that is currently having a conversation with the representative, the political representative of House Dragu. Maybe asking questions about what where House Drago is located, what their main commodities are that they import and export. But you can see they constantly keep looking over towards Helena. And every once in a while, you can see Helena make eye contact with them. But you're not exactly sure why.
Okay.
And I will say this individual, they aren't like cloaked or anything. Like they're not wearing a black cloak that has death written on the back or anything like that.
Sure.
They just, they're a half elven man wearing just commoner clothing, which is why it kind of sticks out to you a little bit that they're not only are they talking to a political representative from a nation that is not Iverion, but it's how often they keep looking at Helena.
And Helena's like looking back, you said, or is she
every
not?
once in a while, yep. Makes eye contact and then breaks away back to the conversation that she's having.
Okay. I think since Helena is so well guarded, I think Yorick would try to get closer to these other two to try and potentially eavesdrop and see what's going on there. Because getting to Helena, like, if she's surrounded by a bunch of people, he doesn't think that, like, I mean, he's hoping the entire house isn't in on whatever's going on here, but he's hoping that maybe if he kind of gets near these two, perhaps something might slip, even if it's on accident.
Okay. So as you make your way towards the tent of House Drago, you can see the half-elven man having a conversation with the political representative. And you can hear him say,
"Well, I just am a little confused, if I'm being entirely honest. House Drago, this is not the original house of the home of the mountain, right, Schlossstadt? It was House Torgerson, correct? That was the original owners of that land. I've heard not quite great things about House Torgerson. What exactly was happening there?" Yes, you see, that is not something that we like to bring up too often. It is a very sensitive spot of Tarkarian history. But yes, a long while ago there was an uprising of evil undead creatures, vampires specifically, that tried to take hold of the house and claim the land for their own, creating a sort of city-state or small nation within Tarkia, specifically for vampiric entities. Luckily, thanks to several well-intentioned heroes, some of which from Tarkia itself, they were able to repel the vampires, kill the lord of the house, and due to keen political debating and clamance through birth lines, the first lord of House Drago was able to claim the seat of power for himself. Due to his natural ability, not only with people, but with the minds as well. Oh, very interesting. It seems as though the tragedies of Tarkir is unmatched by most of the nations. I hear that House Dusak in particular has had quite a hard time. Yes, that is true. House Dusak in particular has to rip and claw to get back what they lost. Yes, that is also true. Not a very good time. But if you'd like to know more about House Dusak, you can go speak with their political representatives. That is their job to know that. Of course. Oh, thank you very much for the information. And you can see him kind of look back. And him and Helena make eye contact one more time. And you can see Helena preparing to excuse herself from the conversation.
How much time do I have until the next match?
Maybe half an hour.
Okay. And Helena's still surrounded by, like, her entourage?
You can see that as she is getting ready to leave, she is asking them to leave her. As she's getting ready to split off on her own.
Can Yorick kind of tell, like, is there kind of like a way that, like, she's kind of like starting to head towards, or like, you know, body language, like it looks like she's about to head one direction?
Yeah, it looks like she, like I said, how it's like a three-pointed star. It looks like she's heading out into a not very densely populated area of the tourney because it's outside of the tents, where they typically would be.
Okay, and just because I'm guessing this is about to be important, I just want to remind you, York, or just double check, York did get the brooch where he can magically summon his armor, right?
Correct, he did.
Okay, so York's in his civilian attire right now, so if there's stealth rolls, he will not be rolling at disadvantage. That's the one thing I wanted to say.
Yes, very good.
Okay, so yeah, I think York would kind of try taking a bit of a wide berth, but he'd be trying to see where Helena's going in particular. Not to, like, cut her off necessarily, but he just wants to see what it is where she's going, basically.
Okay. Yeah, you can see that she makes her way deeper into the tents and areas where the houses are represented until eventually it thins out, where there are a smattering of tents that are up, sort of the enter where you can walk in and stand, not like a lie down tent. She bobs and weaves her way through those until eventually you see her enter into a smaller standing tent. It seems as though there's nobody nearby as of right now taking your wide berth, but you do have a pretty good eye on the door of the tent, so you'll be able to see if anybody else enters.
Yeah, I think York's gonna wait to see if anyone else enters, because he doesn't want to get too close to over here, and then someone comes in that direction, they're like, who are you, you know? So he's just gonna kind of bide his time and watch.
Okay. So you sit there and watch for just a couple of minutes, probably about 5, until eventually you do see that half-elven man walk into that tent.
Okay. And no one else, like, close behind him. It seems like he It seems like he came completely alone.
Correct.
Okay. Does the material of the tent look on the thicker side or more thin?
No, it's a heavy burlap.
Okay, so, like, if York's on, like, one side and the sun's hitting him, it's not, like, gonna clearly, like, leave a shadow of him on the other side or anything like that?
No. You feel like you're pretty
Okay.
good. Pretty good.
Then York will attempt to sneak over and just try to move around the tent until he can hear adequately or as best he can to try and overhear what they're talking about.
Okie dokie. So you make your way over towards the tent, and eventually you get close enough to hear them. I will have you make a stealth check, and the stealth check will determine how long you hear before they notice or before they leave.
Okay, that is a 30-20.
30-20, okay.
Yeah.
So you are able to sit there and listen for the majority of the conversation as they begin to talk. You come a little bit after the conversation has already started, so you're kind of jumping in a little bit into it. As you hear the man speak first. So, that's it then. That's the idea. Well, it's the best idea that I have. What else am I to do? I feel like there are other options, but it could work. How confident are you that you can get what you need? And I feel as though it wouldn't be too hard. For most things, considering everything House Tusakas went through, I can bring up my name, and most people are willing to give me what I want. And if not, well, they have seen what I'm capable of on the tourney field. Well, almost everyone has seen what you can do. Let's just hope they weren't watching at the last tourney. And you can hear Helena's footsteps get closer and say, "You will never bring that up again. That won't happen ever again, because today I will right that wrong
he put upon me. The last one. And then everyone will remember me, Sir Helena Dussac, as the champion. Not this prince. And what would you have of me? My lady. My knight. Let's be in the stands. Do what you do best. Of course, it is my obligation to such a lovely knight. And there is a brief moment of silence. You can hear what almost sounds like a kiss. And Sir Helena begins to move out of the tent as you're able to move away.
Okay.
So you exit out and move away quickly as you have a little bit of information. So she exits.
Sorry, real quick. Do I
Yeah.
know when she's going against the prince? Like, have they announced kind of like when, like, what the matches are going to be and stuff?
No, they announced them one after the other. So, like, after
Okay.
Nalth and Dickon fought, they announced Marjorie and Jacob. However, however, since there are an even number, each knight will fight each round.
Mhm.
But it seems as though each victor kind of goes against the victor. So like Nalthian will go against whoever wins in Marjorie versus Jacob.
Right. Okay. 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 And you mentioned she left. Has the half elf left yet?
A few moments after she does, after enough time has passed, he does, yes.
Okay. And where is he going specifically?
He's taking the long way around, but you can tell that he is heading back towards the stands.
Okay. From where Yorick was in the stands, could he see where where House Duthac was sitting? Like, would he kind of be able to see roughly where this guy is, even if it's not like clear, like, oh, he's right there in 3G or whatever? But
Yeah, you would be able to. The jousting arena is fairly large, but you can still, across the gap, you can still make out people pretty clearly. So if you were to look for him with a high enough perception roll, you'd be able to see him pretty easily. It wouldn't be a high DC. But you do know exactly where House Duthac is in the jousting fields.
gotcha. And how much time until the next fight? I assume it's soon.
Yeah, probably 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, Yorick's just gonna make his way back then, because he has an idea, but he doesn't have enough time to kind of do anything about it right now, so he's gonna give it a shot.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, you head back towards the stands with a little bit of information gathered, as we are going to cut to Nalthian. So, Nalthian, you make your way up towards the circle of knights that are currently chit-chatting with one another as you approach. You can see almost all of the knights are here. Sir Marjorie of House Harker, Sir Angela of House Downguard. You can see Sir Jacob of House Holt is here. Sir Dickon is here. Sir Miriella is here. And Sir Henry the Prince is also here. The only person that is not present is Sir Helena. But as you approach, you can see Sir Henry the Prince stand as he says, "Well, Sir Nalthian, I have to admit, I was very pleased to see what you did there in that arena, and I was talking to Sir Dickon here, and well,
Looks like you gave Dickon a run for his money.
Well, it's not my first time in, I guess, combat for sport. Entertainment, maybe?
You can see Sir
Not my
Jacob
first time.
pipes up. It's not your first time. And you can see he's an older man. He's the third son of Lady Joan. And he is maybe in his 40s, late 30s. He has a little bit of gray. He is balding, though, and he's got this big, like, gray and white. Actually, I feel like... Never mind. Okay, sorry. You can see...
I got art for him.
Yeah, I thought I did, but I feel like... I don't know, I feel like...
He gives me, like, grandfather, but he means business vibes.
Yeah.
Like, this is the way knights should do it. I feel
Did
like he's
you-
judging now.
I was gonna ask. I feel like I wrote them down, but I'm having a hard time finding. Did I described each one of the knights as they came in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
River, do you? Because I know you said you wrote that down. I just want to make sure that I'm not describing him incorrectly.
I mean, I can see if I have his. Who is this
Okay.
again?
This is Sir Jacob Holt.
Jacob Holt. I have tall, proud, and blue.
Nice. All right. Cool.
All proud and blue, baby.
Just for my own sanity, if you could take a picture of that and send it in the aisle, I really appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm shaking off the dust.
Yeah, so he's taller. You can see he's balding a little bit. Very proud man for sure. Salt and pepper a little bit in his beard and at the sides of his hair where it's not balding. As he says, I'm going to be honest. I believe that you fought before, but never seen a knight fight like that. Impressed as I am.
Well, you've never seen a knight like me before, have you?
That is certainly true. And you can see Sir Angela says, "Oh, get your head out of your ass. Listen, he won. That's good enough for me. That was good fighting. I've never seen somebody do a slide underneath another knight. Honestly, be looking for it in the next round. Should we end up going against each other?"
Well, I guess I'll have to change up my plan, won't I?
Well,
Duffy's trying really hard to fit in. And, like, he's like, I'm just one of the girls. Like, he wants to be a part of it, you know? But he's like, you know, he's also trying to be, like, very camaraderie and very good sportsmanship. Yeah.
mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. And you can see Sir Angela, she kind of laughs at that and nods. You can see that even though Sir Holt was giving you a hard time, it seems like he likes you a little.
Sure.
He appreciates
Yeah.
that you won. He just isn't a fan of how you did it.
Yeah, of course.
And you can see Sir Dickon says, well, as the person who went against him, I think it's only fair for me to say that I'm okay with it. Because who knows, maybe... Well, I'm not going to put that negative energy out there, but if something were to happen, it's good to know how to fight against many different people. So I at least know now the next time I go up against somebody like Sir Forrester here, I'll be ready for a slide under the leg, dagger up against the back of my neck, slid
Somebody
in between
like
my
me?
gorget.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a more dexterous fighter, of
I'm
course.
just messing with you. You're good. I'm just giving you a hard time. And now people like clasp him on the shoulder.
You can see he kind of like fixes his like gambeson a little bit and tucks it. Well, yes, of course. And you can see some of the other knights, they snicker a little bit at that, appreciating the jab you gave Sir Dickon, which seems to be a common trend in these circles.
Give Dickon a good jab.
Just give him a good tug, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. And you can see, as you clasp him on the shoulder, you can see Sir Miriella. She so yeah, you can see Sir Miriella, the Tarkirian of House Dragu. You can see this absolutely beautiful woman. You can see her hair is currently pulled back into this very, very tight, what is that?
Ponytail?
Hairstyle. Not ponytail. It's like a braid, but it's like wrapped around itself.
That works. Like
Yeah.
a bun?
Yeah. Bun. Okay, that's what I was
Like a
looking for.
braided one.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
braided bun. You can see that it's very tightly compact up against the back of her head, and you can see that she just kind of has this like ethereal glow about her, which you would recognize her as probably being a genasi of some kind, where her cheeks are just kind of speckled with this like blue sparkle, probably some type of, like I said, air genasi. And she says,
I do have a question for you, though, Sir Nalfian, if you'd be willing to answer it.
Oh, absolutely.
There are many disagreements among knights of Aridane, specifically those of Tarkia and those of Iverion. And I was just curious of which camp you found yourselves in. Which code or book of tenets do you follow? That of Iverion knights or that of Tarkirian knights?
Now we haven't studied both, right, Joe? That's
"You
what.
did." Hmm.
Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, I've been reading up on both. I would like to try to be best knight that there is, and why limit myself to just one code of ethics when I can abide by all of them? I think it's a good idea.
Very good. That's very interesting to hear.
You can see
I
Sir
will
Holt.
say.
He does kind of laugh under his breath.
So we got a wiggle worm and a bookworm on our side in attorney, don't we?
I will say, now he kind of turns his attention, there are some codes of ethics that I don't think could be found in a book. You have to live, you have to experience, you have to find things out on your own, you have to make your own morals and values sometimes. And unfortunately, sometimes those values and morals may not always align perfectly with what's in these books. But what our job is to protect our houses, our ladies, our lords, what have you. I'd like to think that everyone here would do whatever it took to do that. Again, sometimes the way we go about it might not be exactly found in a book. When I said earlier that I'm not like other knights, I meant that. My upbringing wasn't in what you would consider a traditional noble house. I didn't train the same way as most of you did. I didn't go to attorney every other week. I didn't learn my please and thank yous and table manners, but I learned something else, and that was determination. It was fortitude. It was willpower. It was how to survive. Can't always learn that in a book.
It's a very good point.
Spoken well. You can see Sir Holt. He stops laughing for a moment.
I will say, Sir Nalfian, I don't know if you and I will go against each other in the tourney, but should that happen, before we fight, I'd like to know which tenet of the Tarkarian Knight Code you find most valuable. I find as though it tells a lot about the knight who wields the weapon. You don't need to tell me now, think on it. But I look forward to hear what your answer is.
I just gotta pick one? And he
Yeah,
kind of
whichever.
smiles at her.
Just one.
Alright. Courage. I'll pick courage. Like I said, you have to be willing to face down anything for what you know is right, for your house, for those that you want to protect. I think fear is very important, but you have to be able to have the courage to overcome said fear. But, I know you said one. But how about two? Gratitude. You might look at me and kind of winks over at Dickon as he says this. You might look at me and think, wow, what does a dark elf know about gratitude? But if it wasn't for my companions, if it wasn't for my lady, I wouldn't be here. So, dedicating my life to her and giving a thank you when necessary is incredibly important. What about you? He looks at her.
Well, since we're allowed to give two. I also sent Kayla a new list because I couldn't find the other ones. Because I was the one that I went off of is the Rules for a Night, written by Ethan Hawke. That's just the ones that I went off of. Yeah, that's just the ones because I couldn't find the other ones. I believe that the ones that I most value, since you picked two, I think it's only fair that I can pick two as well. The two main cornerstones of my driving point is faith and death. Being Tarkarian, there is a great deal of death that I witness, and that is a great part of our history. I cannot remember those who were lost. They mean so much to how we are where we are now. I have a great reverence for those that have died. I try my best to honor them. And of course, faith. I know that this has much to do with my upbringing, but I would not be half the woman I am today, half the knight I am today, without the faith of the nine that have guided me. To try to be the light just as the Dawn Father is, but also to be neutral in situations and learn patience just as the Raven Queen does. But I like your answers as well, Sir Nalfian.
Well, I'm glad I passed the test. Kind of laughs.
Well, I will say I think this is very interesting. As you can see, Sir Marjorie of House Harker, ninth daughter of Lord Harker, she smiles and says, but I think as though there's a tourney that's about to begin soon, and I don't know about the rest of you, but Jacob, you have been... well, you have been saying quite a bit of... well, for such an honorable knight, you exactly haven't been that formal and polite. So I think I'd like to get back to the arena so I can show you that words are only half of what we have to do today. And you can see Sir Jacob, he kind of stands up, just, words, you'll get more than words in that you'll get lanced, you will, knocked off your damn horse as he straightens out his a gambeson underneath, and he kind of storms off to get his horse and his weapons ready. You can see Marjorie kind of laughs. And she'll look up and smile at you, Nalfian.
Yeah, I'll give her a nod.
Yeah. And you can see Sir Henry, the prince, he smiles and nods and says, well, I think if that's the case, then we all should probably get back to the stands. Of course, it's improper for us to sit and watch the first one, only to hear tales of it told by the both of you. But now, I think it's only fair that we head off and we watch, shall we?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Very
Do
good.
they all like sit together like a little team?
No, they go sit in their respective areas.
Oh,
that they're
so I
representing.
can go back to my. Oh, are we like? Is there like little barracks that we sit in, or do we go back and sit with our?
No, you can go
House.
back and sit with your house.
Okay, yeah. Then Nalfian will head over to.
Okay.
Where the rest of the gang is.
Yeah. So as you're making your way back, you can see Sir Marjorie does come up next to you and say, pardon if I can have a word. Sir Nalfian?
Oh yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to say, I've heard a great deal of tell about you and your companions. And
Good, I hope.
yes, very much good. You've done a great deal of good work for the people of Iverion, and I just want you to know that I'm incredibly honored that I have the chance to potentially fight against you today.
Insight check.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Trust no one. Well, that's a 12. Hold on. Add that. Anything? No. 12.
No.
I forgot his. Navrin's really good with other things, but this is not one of them.
So you listen and you try and get a read on her, and it seems as though she is being genuine. Even though you can hear the hints of a waster accent on her, which is the people from the Wild Waste past the mountains. But she does have a great deal of eloquence to the way that she speaks and a very kind sound to her voice. She says that, and you feel as though she's genuine.
Yeah. Navrin will just say, I look forward to it. It's been a while since I've had a good challenge. No offense to Dickon over there.
Oh, yeah, no.
I was expecting a little bit more for best knights in the realm.
Well, you see, it's kind of a tradition around here that whoever is the new knight around the block they need to go up against Dickon to make sure they're worth their salt. I told him that it'd probably be pointless, given, the heroes of Highland Pass, after all.
Right.
I do just want to say, I was very curious to hear what the plans were with all of House Forrester. As currently, as I understand it, the lands are corrupted, claimed, and, outlaw land now, with Dragon's Bay being completely swamped with bandits and pirates.
Well, plan is, from this point forward, continue to train, gather allies when possible, and about 2-3 months' time, I plan on attending the tournament for the Green Lady. I plan on winning. He smiles when he says that.
No, I
And-
wish you the best in that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Obviously, the winner gets some sort of wish, I suppose.
Well, supposedly.
Supposedly.
Well, only 2 have won it, ever, and no great thing has changed in their life. Unless, of course, the wish is something that changed everything and we never got to see it.
Oh, that's just a thing. They can't say what they wished for, and can't be for yourself. Who knows? Well, we're gonna make that 3 very soon. But from that point, we're gonna take back Hauserman's Hollow. Lady Twig is going to purify the land, and we are going to restore what was lost there. That's the
course.
plan.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I would like to say that as the 9th daughter of House Harker, I don't have a great deal of political sway or power. On top of that, there are certain circumstances. And now, Fiona, I'd like you to make a history check. As you've been studying knights in Iverion and Turkir, we'll see if you have any...
Ooh. What is this? I don't... Yeah, plus 0. It's rolled not terrible. Okay, 17.
17. Okay, you would have actually read about this in a newer book published about lineages and knights. Published, actually, maybe when you were at the college, you would have read about this in a book published just the previous year in 1907. You would actually know, now that you think about it and having her mention that Marjorie is actually a bastard. She is not the legitimate daughter of Lord Harold and his wife. Instead, it's Lord Harold's bastard child with a waster when he was off on a campaign there. She was raised in the Wild Wastes, and just as of 4 or 5 years ago,
she had done a great deal of service within the Wild Wastes and was honored by King Kjaldarson, removing any poor remarks on her because of her bastard status and legitimized her as a daughter of House Harker. Granted, she is the 9th and youngest, but she is now a knight, and she is the 9th inheritor of the house should
So
anything
never,
happen.
but that's all right.
She says, because of certain circumstances. But I do have a small collection of ships that I have been able to gather. As House Harker were sailors through and through, but I'm a little bit different than my father and his mother and all of the lineage of House Harker before him. Maybe it's the wilder blood in me, but I've got ambition, and I want to do good in this world. House Harker is only a house of any great note because they showed up late to a fight during a rebellion and were able to swoop in on the winning side when they were originally planning to fight on the opposing side. So, I don't want to be caught on the losing side. I don't want to be shown up late and be a disgrace. I want to make something for my name and who I am. So I'd like to offer those ships. I've got 10 small ships that are mine, that I control, that I command, and I know it won't be much to help with Dragon's Bay, but there are pirates and they have ships, and I would like to do what I can to help you, in the hopes that one day when I need your help with something, I can count on it.
You know, this is all the studying I've done, and normally these are the types of places and events where this type of thing happens, right? We scratch each other's backs, you know, I scratch yours, you scratch mine when we need it. But I think you are one of the first few genuine people that I've met here. That means a lot coming from me, because I know I can put on a handsome face. But
That is very true. And no offense, Sir Knight.
I appreciate your offer, and something tells me that my lady would also appreciate it. And Alfie will extend his hand.
Well, thank you very much. I do greatly appreciate it. And she shakes your hand and she says, I'll try and kick Jacob's ass a little extra hard for you in this next round.
I'll be cheering for you.
Thank you very much.
But when the time comes, of course, after I speak with my lady over it, we would love to rely on you. People, don't typically fit in like us. I think we should prove to the others that we're worth something. It kind of gives her a small wink.
I entirely agree. All right. Well, and you can see a couple of the squires are coming by with her horse. And you can see that red and blue checkerboard cloak on her back as she mounts her horse and thanks you for talking as she rides off, ready to fight in the imminent tourney.
And Alpha will continue making his way back up
Okay.
to the stands.
Alrighty. So with that, you make your way back to the stands, and the rest of the party sees you there as now all of you have reconvened. As now all of you are together, Nalfian, there's popcorn there. Yorick, as eventually you return as well. In fact, you would have beat Nalfian back. So Yorick gets back first. Nalfian, or Yorick, you can see Zevran kind of hands you a turkey leg and says, here, they said that you would like this a lot.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Oh, thanks, bud. Absolutely. He will take that.
Do you prefer
Get right
wine or
back to you.
ale?
Can I have one of each?
Of course. And you can see the mage hand kind of like
Perfect.
brings over ale and the
Sick.
wine. And eventually, as with that, Nalfian, you come up on that.
Yeah, as he's like coming up he's being that guy, and he's taking like 2 stairs at a time as he approaches back to the group, and he's like, "Sir Nalfian Forrester has arrived, and did you all just see what I just did?" And he's gonna like go in for some fucking high fives, baby.
Yeah, I mean, after everything that happened, Twig was basically like hiding in the stands. But when Nalfi comes out, she'll run out, give him a big hug, tell him how great he did.
Oh.
Oh yeah, he gives her a big old hug. Does the little like pick up and spin her around thing.
Yeah. Hopefully not on the stairs, because oof.
Nah.
Lila's gonna follow up behind Twig with like ale in one hand, popcorn in the other for Nalfi, and be like, "Great job!" handing it to him.
He will also hug her, and he will definitely take that ale, and he will definitely take that popcorn.
It's pretty
Like,
good. I've had a
down
few
half of
already. Feeling loose. It's been good.
Nalfi's like mid-chug. Yes, that is. We are here to
chug.
win.
Why are you chugging? You're out of.
I'm sorry, I'm very thirsty. Eurydice, please come here. And he's gonna give Eurydice a hug too.
Okay, she hugs him. You did very, very well, but you need to not be drinking. There's water, you know.
I will take
drinking
the water.
draft.
He's drinking.
It's
He just
been-
took a
it's been-
drink.
It's been proven that people fight better when they're drunk.
You're right, couple
Joust
time.
people.
I'm definitely a
Abstinent.
lot braver.
How are you gonna hold that lance straight, eh?
Hey, Nelfian, Nelfian,
You only
Lucky,
can hold the street, you just gotta hit them.
Lucky's like calling at you right now, Nelfian. Nelfian,
Yes, lucky.
Nelfian, can you tell me
Yes.
if this looks all right? They told me they don't want me to make this shape, but
Please.
I feel like
Please, yes, I'm excited to see it. What you got?
they asked me to be a child, and then they told me not to do it again. And he's
No, I
got
want to see your child form.
okay. And he does it, and you see the horror that is on fire salad fingers.
Sire.
Is it really that bad? Nalfian, you're honest. I know you won't mince feelings.
Wow, that is the most horrible thing I've ever seen. And I've seen worse. And Lucky, I'm sorry. Can you not look like this?
Yeah, okay. And he's gonna turn back into a dog.
Not look like that?
This right here, this works.
Okay. I just wanted
Good.
another
I'm
opinion.
really lucky. It's all right. This is mostly my fault.
Well,
Just
at
looks like
least you're
risky.
taking accountability. That's good.
I can't believe I'm being okay. Okay, Nalfian, you did very, very well. I'm glad you're having a good time.
I am absolutely having a wonderful time. I don't know why I didn't get into this sooner. I mean, I do know why.
Well, it's because you weren't a knight before, right?
That's the joke, Lucky.
Oh.
How are we doing up here?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Good.
Nalfian looks away from Lucky.
Oh, are you not
Lucky
talking to me? Oh, that's so embarrassing.
Wait, is he back to being a dog again, or is he still his?
Yeah, he's a dog.
Okay, good. Okay.
Oh, Lucky, I'm sorry. That was a pat Lucky on the head. But look to everybody else.
Okay. Okay.
Yuri looks at Twig like, are we mentioning? Are we talking about it?
This place has really good popcorn.
Nalfian
No
looks at
insight check
Twig.
needed necessary. Nalfian, something's
I do
wrong.
have a question. Would Zevran and Lila been able to? Would that knowledge of the betrothal be like public, like stuff like that, or is that like a between houses only kind of thing?
Since the betrothal was never made public, like it was a betrothal that was made before Twig was even born.
Okay, so it
so
wasn't. It was like a handshake, not a proper like pact or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like that. Okay.
All right. What? Twig, what's going on? That is unlike you. Kind of looking between Twig and Eurydice, since they're sitting next to each other.
No, everything's fine. And grabs a handful of popcorn, shoves it in her mouth like she can't talk right now. Twig cannot come to the phone.
Yuri face palms so hard.
Eurydice, what?
Do I have calm emotions
I can't-
prepared? Let me see.
I can't talk about this if she doesn't want to talk about it. It's nothing to talk about.
Is this like a lady thing?
The lady.
know
in
what
the-
you
in the
meant by
room-
that? But that was really
No.
funny.
I don't think Nalfian knew what he meant by that.
Got me so
Okay.
God.
York?
Yeah, what's up?
Alright. What's
What?
happening?
Lila's also shrugging. She has no idea.
Okay, basically, Yuri's like panicking at this point as well. So apparently, Twig's mum, before Twig was even kind of born, sort of promised to betroth Twig, well, her first like child, to somebody else's first child, and they kind
What?
of came along and were like, "Hey, do you want to marry my child?" And we were
What?
like, "Oh no."
No.
Oh, congrats. Oh.
No. No. No.
But I have
We said
to,
no.
right?
We
If
tried.
No.
there was already an arrangement.
No, Twig. No. Fuck. No. No. This. Nalf's brain is broken. No.
It's okay. We said no. We said
No?
no, and
No.
we left very quickly.
Do I have to
We?
No?
Uh,
Can I say no? I can say no, right?
You
No.
can say-
Okay.
you mean you can say-
No.
This is okay. So this is what when being public about a forester and like reclaiming the house. This is one of our first challenges, right? So there is a delicate dance that sometimes needs to happen in order to decline offers because we don't want them, but also maintain a good relationship with the houses. Zevran's pretty familiar with House Holt as well, so maybe he knows a little bit better
Just talk about
on how to
what Kevin did again.
navigate their their dynamic. Because no, you don't have to say yes to this. Like what everyone said repeatedly over and over again. But this is our first challenge. Your first challenge, not our first challenge. As Lady Forrester of a duty that you're not gonna do. Or don't want to do.
Unless you want to.
Unless you want to.
Nalfian's looking under his breath.
I mean, if it's already been arranged, though, I
No, Twig, listen. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You don't. Sorry.
It
This
didn't
is
sound
your-
rearranged. It
this is
sounded
your
more like a
decision?
maybe.
I'm sorry, Eurydice. Go ahead.
It sounded more like a maybe, not really like a signed thing.
Could
should I be looking to Zevran for his input?
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Nalfian?
Nothing. Nalfian is like a dad whose daughter just brought their boyfriend home for the first time and is debating on whether he should shoot him or. The boyfriend's not even actually here.
I'm not afraid to go to
Um,
prison again.
But he's not. This is a very much a Twig decision, so he's trying really hard to shut up. So he's just mumbling.
Mm-hmm. Totally, yeah. So you can see Twig as you turn to Zevran. He says, "Well, it is a sticky situation. I can say that much. Since neither you nor this other young man were born at the time, there was no way to make the betrothal official. So it's not an official promise. It's not something that the laws of the land can keep you accountable for. On top of that, because of the unfortunate, very tragic downfall of House Forrester some 15, 16 years ago, there are also grounds to say that the marriage pact or promise had been broken all those years when the house fell, and that you should not be obligated to keep hold of the promises your mother made, since... And of course, I'm saying this is a point of argument you could make, not necessarily what the actual feeling is that since she was unable to keep her house whole, it was not a good decision then, since she wasn't able to save the house. And you are saving the house, so your decision should be what is made in favor of House Forrester, as you are the lady now, not your mother. So you can deny it. I will say that House Holt is a very proud house, especially Jacob. And oh, is that why Wilmot was looking that way? Oh,
That must be
Was he
why.
looking
that
then?
he looked confused and a little sad. When Lila and I saw him.
Yeah.
So you could
That
very
would
well
make sense.
deny him. And there are grounds for that. As you are the lady, you can make your own decisions. No one's telling you that you need to get married now, if ever. The only thing you would need to
Well,
worry
and-
about, however, is that considering you are young and you have no heirs, that there would be those who would question the succession of the house should anything happen to you, plainly put.
But I
Is
do
just
think
nodding with increasing concern at every single word. She about to cry.
But Twig, I do think you have grounds in order to save this potential relationship with this house, at least for the time being. You can say that the betrothal potential must be put on hold while in the process of reclaiming and building up your house. In the sense of like, there is no house. I mean, you're all that there is. So there's not really a reason to have a marriage for political. There's no political benefit to them right now. So you could use that as leverage to say, I need to put this on hold while I focus on my house. Before promising anything as large as that. So that could be leverage, and I feel like that would be an understanding without completely cutting off that relationship. Potentially.
Right. Oh, okay. I guess that works.
I think that's very
you also
fair.
don't have to talk. Yeah, you don't have to talk to House Holt for the rest of today, basically, unless they were to come here, like, or you go seek them out. So you could just take some time and figure out how you want to address it. She's like, then looks to Yorick and Eurydice, knowing what they talked about before the tournament, like trying to let go and take some hands off on this situation, just presenting the options and like, now you do with that what you want, kind of thing.
Nelf is also keeping his mouth shut, but he's visibly uncomfortable.
Well, look at that. Would you see the tourney's about to start? Zephyr's gonna sit down.
Nelf's gonna sit down next to Twig.
Twig's just like sunken back into her seat.
Oh, what if House Holt gives the favor to Twig?
Oh, right next to Nelf? Grumble.
Drama.
Well, the lady gives the favor. So like a knight can go up to Twig. So Sir Jacob could go up to Twig and be like, "My lady, will you give me your favor?"
See, that's what I thought it was like. Yeah. So
Yeah.
then what did they ask? Oh,
Yeah, what if they
gosh,
ask,
the
yeah.
tea.
And then what do you do? Oh no, the drama.
Womp womp.
I love this.
Okay.
But he's the third son, so it'd be like 6 sons down. That would actually.
But
be a
it's
concern.
the house. It's the principle of the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
not
True.
the-
God,
Respect that house.
Look
I'm
at
just
Gemma's
loving the
trying.
drama.
Gemma's trying to calculate Twig's political gain. Okay. So, with that, you can hear the music sound once again, declaring the beginning of the round. Boom. Wonderful. You can hear the announcer say, "It is my honor to present 2 knights of equal standing into the arena. First, we have Sir Marjorie Harker of House Harker, rulers of the Southern Vale, ninth daughter of Lord Harold Harker. And I also have the great honor to present Sir Jacob Holt of House Holt, rulers of the Northern Vale, third son of Lady Joan Holt. And with that, you can see both of them trail in once again. You can see Sir Marjorie, same as you had talked to her before. You can see that she enters with the helmet off. The long red hair, her very bulky, broad build. You can tell that it's long, but it is wrapped up, same as all the other knights are. As eventually one of her squire runs over, hands her a helm. You can see that she has this, oh man. I feel like such a doofus. I can't remember the name of that helm. You can see the helm that she wears is rounded and has like slits in the front for much more vision, but it does mean that it could, a bassinet, that's what it is. Could very easily get some damage in there. But luckily, she seems rather competent in herself. She has her shield representing her heraldry. And then you also see, coming behind her, that of Sir Jacob Holt of House Holt, wearing the purple and white, or purple and silver of House Holt, marching in on his horse as well. As each one of them post up on each side of the jousting arena, you can see they charge at one another and they begin to fight. So, with that, we move into the tourney combat. So you can see the two of them charge at each other, and you can definitely tell that right off the bat, Sir Jacob is a much more talented mounted combatant. You can see the way that he locks in the lance to the pocket, the way that he's holding his shield. He is much better at jousting than Marjorie is. And you can see that Marjorie's first, the two lances, as they go to impact, Marjorie's actually misses, doesn't even hit Sir Jacob, and Sir Jacob is able to land a blow on her. You can see that as she grips onto her reins, she is able to stay on the horse, not allowing herself to be knocked off. They head around. Sir Jacob's lance is replaced. As they charge at each other again, Marjorie misses again, as Sir Jacob is able to lock it in once again, destroy not only his lance, but her shield as well. You can see as she is able to hold herself, like she almost tips like 90 degrees off the horse. She's at like 80 degrees, and she's able to use her upper body strength to pull herself back on the horse. As you can see, she grips at her forearm and kind of shakes it from the impact of the lance. Squire runs over. She's able to keep her lance, puts a new shield on her, and she rides in once again. And as she does, once again, misses with the lance, and Sir Jacob hits. As she is not knocked off. Once again, she is able to stay on there. But with that, 3 strikes or 3 lance blows, you can see the announcer. It is my pleasure to announce Sir Jacob Holt with 1 strike against Sir Marjorie. 1 point for Sir Jacob. And you can see Sir Jacob dismounts, hands off the lance, hands off the broken lance, the shield. And you can see that he grabs what looks to be a glaive, as he has this like longer reach weapon and no shield, as he sort of marches in into the field. As you can see, Sir Marjorie, she grabs her shield. She has what looks to be a flail at her side, as she's going to start marching in as well. And you can see Sir Jacob, he has, let's see, what looks to be a here we go, a Magnus visor, like a visor helm that he kind of pulls it up, and you can see his gray beard sticking out a bit, and he says, "So Marjorie, what was that? About teaching me a lesson, landing a few blows? Looks like I've got all the words and all the brawn." And he brings the helm back down, as you can hear her just kind of sigh a little bit. Said, "Wasn't even a good comeback. All right, come on, let's do this." And you see her begin swinging the flail as he brings down the glaive, and you can see the two of them locked in. As
the glaive comes down, she immediately parries it, flicks her shield up, leaving him wide open as she comes around with the flail, and just about as she's about to smack it into his side, you can see she sort of whips it back. Would have very easily have been a hit. You can see he kind of off steps a little bit, and she's, all right, all right, noted. And you can see an announcer, 1 point for Sir Marjorie against Sir Harold. The score is 1-1. And you can see the two of them once again spar up. And you can see Marjorie goes in for a over the head strike, which as she brings it down, you can see he's just about to parry it. And what she ends up doing is she ends up like bashing her shield into where he's about to block as the flail is coming down. And you can see that as he, as Sir Marjorie blocks and parries, she's able to create an opening where she kind of pulls herself back to make sure the flail goes right in front of his face as opposed to actually hitting him. And you can tell that she is really, really good with this, because to have that much control over a flail is not an easy feat. As she slams it down into the dust, which blows up this kind of cloud in front of him. And you can see he kind of grips, like white knuckle grips onto the glaive. Says, that one was lucky. Very lucky it was. Oh, are you sure? I think I'm just better than you, Sir Jacob. I think that's all it is. And you can see he sort of, and he kind of takes a few steps back, and it looks like he's about to charge. As the announcer says, 2 points. 2 points for Sir Marjorie. 1 point for Sir Jacob. And with that, he takes a step back and he goes to charge at her with this huge, probably 180 degree swipe. And you can see she just like drops down onto her knee and puts the shield in front of her face in the direction that the glaive is flying. And you can see, like, when you hit a metal rod, like a metal pole with a metal baseball bat, how you just smack into it and there's that reverberation as it swings back from the kinetic energy. It just smacks back as he swings 180 degrees in the other way from the amount of force he put behind it, as she just like slowly, as she sort of sprints forward a little bit and just kind of like kicks him in the shin as he drops down on one knee. You can see her sort of put her foot into his chest, knock him down on the ground, and sort of set the flail next to his shoulder as his weapon has been disarmed, and he is now flat on the ground as Sir Marjorie has claimed her third and final point. As the announcer says, it is my great honor to announce Sir Marjorie of House Harker as the victory of this round of the tourney. And you can see the people cheer for her, shouting her name, cheering her on, as you can see she reaches out a hand to Sir Jacob and says, come on, no need to wound your pride anymore. Get up, old man. Every dog has its day, after all. And you can see Sir Jacob grips onto her wrist as she grips onto his, and as they pull each other up, he says, all right, now, you got lucky with that last one. You got me angry. That's not fair. It's not fair at all. And she just kind of gives him a look, and he says, all right, it was fair. It was good tactic. Good job. And he just kind of storms off a little bit as Sir Marjorie sort of waves to everybody, and they all cheer and shout for her. And you can hear a few people in the different different Iverion stands belonging to that of House Dawnguard, actually, chanting out a nickname. You hear some of them shouting, the Battleborn Bastard! The Battleborn Bastard! And you can kind of see this look kind of drag the smile on her face down. It's a fake smile, but she's still smiling and waves, and will eventually hook the Morningstar to her side. And with that, the horse will come back. She'll scratch her horse behind the ear, and she will head off into the back, away from everybody else. Yorick, during the jousting, I'd like you to make a perception check.
Okay. 17.
17. You notice two things. You can see in the section dedicated to House Kjaldarson, you can see Prince Henry is sitting within his stand, and at the chance of the Battleborn Bastard, there is a smile that comes across his face, but he immediately stifles. And it is a very, very small thing that you notice with a 17. You can see he's trying to be regal, but it must have been something that he thought was kind of funny. You also notice, sitting in the stands of House Harker, not of House Dusak, but of House Harker, you see that half-elven man. Just watching, sitting from the stands.
So he wasn't wearing anything that said he was part of House Dusak. He was just near that area?
Yeah, he was just near that area.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. York will make note of that.
Okay. So with that, the round is completed, and Nalfian, you now know that you will be going against Sir Marjorie in the next round.
Exciting. All right.
Yep.
Is
And
it up next, or is there another round? Of
no, there will be 2 more rounds
Okay.
of the first bracket, which will then go into the
Gotcha.
semifinals and then the finals. So
Got it.
you can hear that the announcer says, the next fight will begin in 1 hour as we witness Sir Miriella Dragu go up against Sir Helena Dusak of House Dusak, which means that you know the fourth and final bracket will be House Downguard versus House Kjaldarson, just via process of elimination.
Mm-hmm.
And the next match after that, you know, is going to be Nalfian versus Marjorie, and that means the semifinals in the other 2 will be whoever wins each one of those rounds going up against each other. And then finally, it will be either Nalfian or Marjorie versus the victor of that. We all know how brackets work here. I don't know why I'm describing it.
Yeah.
I played Super Smash Brothers. I got this.
That's good. Okay. So with that, you witness the 2 rival factions face off against each other, and Sir Marjorie leaves victorious in that moment. So with that, there is another hour of dismissal. And let me go ahead and move the timing here. I want to go by hour, just so we can keep track of the time. So we are
Is this 5 in the evening?
No, it's currently 10 a.m.
Okay.
You got
The
here
clock
at
is
8.
wrong.
Yeah, if you refresh, hopefully it should be better now. You got here at the tourney started at 8. You got here at 8. Tourney started at 9. You had an hour between 9:10 and 10:10, and then the previous tourney was about 10 minutes as well.
Okay.
So it's 10:10. You have
Nice.
at the end of the first bracket is when the meeting between the ladies will happen within in that moment. But with that, all of you are free next hour to either go get some more food, or participate in more of the activities, or you may go witness the production. You know that Richard III is probably over by now, so you could go see whatever new production they are performing there. So, what would the party like to do?
I mean, William Bosmer is like our friend. We could go watch his show and support
Yeah,
him.
man. I mean, Nalfian's about it. He loves shit like that.
I'm down.
Sure.
I think I've been wanting to do a theater session since you guys last had one, so.
Twig's also going to be since Nalfian's with us this time, is going to be staying very close to his side just in case.
Aw. Joe, is there a karaoke stand?
Too early in the morning for karaoke, though, you know?
It's never too early for karaoke.
As you're
Throwing back some
traveling,
drinks. Some of us are ready.
as you
Yeah.
travel throughout the activities area within the tourney grounds, you do see that there are several minstrel troops that remark how they will be taking requests and allow the participants to participate in the vocals after the ladies in waiting or the ladies meeting has happened later in the day.
Oh, we're coming back
Okay. Glad to hear it. So, you guys are gonna go check out the William Bosserman production. See what
Yeah.
show he's performing now.
Yeah, about that. So,
You're use the bathroom again?
no, I will say Yorick feels bad, but he feels like he's gonna keep running out of excuses. So I think when we leave, he would just be in the back, and at some point while we're all walking, when like attention is not on him at all, he would just take like a sharp left and walk away, and just
Oh, you
make
bitch.
sure no one notices.
What a dick. Do it.
He has his.
I guess he can roll. Yeah, he's nervous about it. He's be fine.
Okay.
Just turn around like, oh yeah, New York. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, we're trying to talk to him. We're like, where did he go?
He's probably getting something else to eat. Sure, he'll
Yeah,
meet
you're
us there.
probably right. Yeah, he will. He'll be back.
Okay.
Crazy.
So you head off. Yorick separate from the group, but the rest of you head to see what production William Bosserman is currently putting on. Luckily, since you head there first, you are able to see the production very close from the beginning. And you can see this one definitely has a bit more of a dramatic tone about it as you approach. As you can tell that there are several minstrels who are currently underneath the stage playing music to underscore certain moments. As you approach,
Goodness.
you... For Twig, Eurydice, and Nalfian, there is a moment where where the three of you feel yourselves detach from the world because of what you're seeing on stage right now.
No.
You see what looks to be a backdrop of the city of Raven Rock, in all honesty.
Oh, God.
No.
And you can see that there is a scene currently happening where it looks as though the Forerunners of Fate is having a conversation with the captain of the guard of Raven Rock.
God.
And you can see the captain of the guard. He sort of has this long duster on with these pistols at his side, a badge on his lapel, as he says, Nalfian Baynir. Didn't think I'd see you around here after what happened last time. Figured you'd heard enough, people, last time you were here. And you can see this drow man respond. Well, listen, anything I did, I didn't do on purpose. What the purpose is now is we're here to help. We know things are happening here. There's some dark activity going about, and I'd like for you to put our past aside, Reinhardt. Because what matters more is the people in this city. And I hope, and you see him kind of brush his hair out of his face. And I hope you can see past that.
Jesus fucking Christ, why am I an anime protagonist?
You made him.
Ah!
Guess what? I thought you made him that way.
And you can see Eurydice, or the person playing Eurydice, go up to Nalfian's side and be like, Nalfian, please, just calm down, all right? There's no need to get into a fight here. Please, we mean no harm, Reinhardt. Captain Reinhardt, we, like Nalfian said, we just want to help these people. We love these people. We want them to be better. We want to spread light here more than anything else. Please, let us help. We need to get into the sewers underneath the city. We believe there's activity down there. Undead activity.
There was a beat in that script line.
Yuri's dying at this point.
Lila is wrapped up, consumed by this.
And you can see Reinhardt, he kind of paces
a bit. I hear what you're saying. I do. But your companion had no reason to yell like that. None at all. His voice echoed down so many street corners. People thought the captain of the guard was under attack. I understand that little girl means a lot to you, to all of you. I understand what purpose she may serve later in this kingdom. But if that's the case, you should have come to me first. Of course, my lady, I mean no offense to you, but I just hope that we can see eye to eye on this, you being a lady, after all. You can see the person playing Twig says, of course, yes, yes. Yes, of course. Thank you, my lady.
Sorry, you're gonna finish this. Fuck this.
You don't hear me, shut up.
Oh my god. The writing is way worse than his other productions. But I can't improvise iambic pentameter, okay? I'm sorry.
It's fucking Shakespeare, and now we just got this.
It's contemporary, okay? It's art.
It's a fucking soap opera, is what it is.
And you know what? The audience is engrossed by this shitty soap opera, okay?
Pass good berries
Oh, yeah,
and throw it on the stage like tomatoes.
Do none of them look
It's
back for 2
refreshing after
seconds to
the-
see us?
It's refreshing after the iambic pentameter. This is the 2-act shows. We have the 5-act shows and all.
Exactly. And you can see the play goes on for a little bit longer, until eventually there is this, about 30 minutes in, there is this break where eventually the conflict is solved between Reinhardt, and you are able to get a moment where the scene transitions and you're deep within the caves. The party moving throughout, the 4 members of the party, and you can see a young human man playing Din, and you can see that he also walks throughout the streets, throughout the caves with all of you, slashing and cutting through undead. The action sequence are actually really well done. Whoever the choreographer is did a great job. They really killed it. Until eventually there comes the confrontation and interrogation of the snake in the grass. You can see the party looming around them as Eurydice says, I need all of you to turn around now with this coldness, this voice bereft of light and love that we've seen before in the past half an hour. And Nalfian comes up to her and says, Eurydice, you don't have to do this. That's not you. And the two of them look at each other, and she says, but Nalfian it is. And you see this cascade of fire and light around her as she grows horns and her eyes turn fiery and red, as she gets down on one knee and begins to interrogate the snake in the grass. And you can see, due to the great staging of whoever the director is, you can get a very clear shot, or a very clear image of Twig turning her head to see what Eurydice is doing. And you can see she looks on in horror. You can see Din try to turn her around, Nalfian looking at with abject horror at what Eurydice is doing. But she does get results. As in pain screams, the snake in the grass does say, you will find them in Highland Pass, the Watcher on the Wall. Death falls on Tarkia. All will suffer at House Markle's wrath. In those death throes, he falls over. As flame drops from Eurydice, the horns disappear. As she turns and looks saddened at Twig. But she got answers. Nalfian comforts her, and the party slowly moves back to the barracks to inform what they found to Captain Reinhardt. In the final closing moments of the play, they speak with each other, they talk to each other. They confer about what their next plan is, to head to Highland Pass and to stop whatever terror is about to unfold there, whoever this watcher in the wall may be. And in the final moments of the play, you can hear a door open. And you can hear Captain Reinhardt, the actor playing Captain Reinhardt, say, "My king, I did not expect you. I had forgotten about our meeting. I apologize greatly." And as he bows his head, you can see, actually the prince walk in and say, "Well, that is no matter. Thank you for meeting with me. I'm sorry if I interrupted anything, Captain Reinhardt." "Not at all, not at all, my king. Please, we were just finishing up. Thank you all for your service. I greatly appreciate it." And you can see the party, they nod, sort of looking on at wonder in the king, and thinking they would encounter such an entity this early in their adventures. As the party exits, the curtain closes, as the party heads towards Highland Pass. And with that, eventually the actors come out for the curtain call. The audience applause, some of them just eating it up so much. The the ridiculousness of the soap opera that was. And you can see William Bosserman, he comes out and says, "Thank you all so much for coming to see this preview of a much longer production that will be opening very shortly in Raven Rock. As I'm sure most of you may know, there is a group of heroes who have been gallivanting throughout Iverion and parts of Tarkia, the Forerunners of Fate. I have had a great pleasure with meeting them, and they are a wonderful group of individuals. And I thought the best way that I could honor them and the work that they do is through the art that I know. So, this was the first act of a 5-act production
Oh my god.
going through their entire adventures, which most recently ended here in Highland. No, in Hearthcrest. Shit, sorry, that was Joe. That ended in Hearthcrest. Now,
Stalking us.
the best part about this is the play will end based off of the events of today. So should Sir Nalthian Forrester, the one I'm rooting for, and that all of you should as well, win, well, you already know one of the many endings of the play. And, well, for all of our sake, I hope that is the ending the play gets. So please, enjoy, be merry, and come back in the next break for one of my more familiar productions, Romeo and Juliet. A Thoralian tale. Yes. Okay. So he parts, and you guys were part of a large crowd of people. There's a lot of people here, so he didn't notice you. There is a sea of people. As all of you just sort of standing there watching and listening. Eventually the actors walk off, and there is just now ambient music being played in front of the the very large stage.
Immediately turns to Lila and Yorick. Like, that is not how that happened.
Yeah,
Lots of.
Look, I get it. I know they
I'm not
couldn't tell
there.
the whole story. They had to shorten it down into bites, but that was incredible. And yeah, Yorick's not here.
Oh yeah, Yorick's gone.
And guys, we have to take a stop in Raven Rock when we can to see the whole thing.
I would
Am I-
rather
but, like-
not.
Did you see? I never clung to you like that. And she looks at Nalfi.
Well. And now
That was the more accurate thing in the play, let's be real.
I mean, I
yes,
think that
of
was the most
course-
accurate. Well, Lila?
Of course, it had to be a little bit exaggerated, as it's, you guys are archetypes now, not just people. Like, especially on a stage, they have to, do too much and over dramatize and everything and blah, blah, blah. But what was very cool is I didn't get to meet that Nalthian, the Baynir. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. We can, we'll keep him there.
No, you were missing out. He was a real experience to be around.
Oh, is that some? Oh, wait, an experience?
What
does that mean?
Yeah. It was an experience.
Insight.
Guys,
Danny.
don't worry about it. Yorick and I will be in the next. Yorick and I will end up in the whole production, which is why we have to see it so you guys can come laugh at us. But at least I know what I'm expecting.
Yes, I think it's only fair. I would love to see Lila and Yorick representation on the stage. I can only imagine.
Okay.
I guess where Yorick's representation is going to be randomly disappearing and not telling anybody?
Speaking of, cut. As we,
Good cut.
as we then cut to Yorick. As Yorick, you had broken away from the party. Where were you heading?
Sorry, you've thrown a lot of names, so I'm just not gonna get them right. But he's heading to the house, like the area where he saw where the elf was sitting.
House
And he's
Harker.
kind of trying to move at a quick Harker. Thank you. Knew it started with an H. But yeah, he's trying to kind of like speed walk, not like completely just like full on run, but he's trying to move there at a good pace because he's trying to figure out where this guy is before he just like loses him and wherever he's going to next.
Yeah. So you are able to make your way over to House Harker on the tent that they have. Go ahead and make a perception check to see if you happen to see him or anything else. Oh man. Okay. Sorry. What was that?
You're all right there, Joe?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I was waiting for you to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a 16 on that.
16. Okay. Cool. So, with a 16, I'm gonna open my window a bit because I'm starting to get a little heated. With a 16, you are not able to see the man. You don't see him anywhere. However, you do see that Helena, not Helena. Sorry. My bad. Marjorie. You do see that she is currently at her tent. It seems as though she's talking with one of her other sisters. In that moment, with the footmen or the men-at-arms that are currently placed around them, as the two of them are having a conversation, seemingly about nothing, as far as you can tell. But you do see that she is here, and across from her tent is actually the tent of House Holt, and you can see Sir Jacob, the one from the tourney, the fighting, actually having a conversation with a very homely, battle-worn knight. Wearing the same colors of House Harker. No, of House Holt. Sorry.
Okay. Is there any of just kind of like the regular workers in House Harker that are just kind of like isolated or just kind of like working on something by themselves or like just standing like in position somewhere? Like anyone who looks pretty undisturbed right now?
Yeah, of course. There is, of course, some of those political informants who are sitting there waiting to answer any questions people might have. And there are a few for House Harker that aren't currently doing anything.
Okay. I think York would approach real quick and he'd be like, "Hey man, I'm really sorry to bother you. I was wondering if you could help me out real quick.
Oh.
I was looking for someone that caught my eye during the tournament. He was sitting in like your guys' area, and he'll kind of describe like roughly like what the wood elf. Not like too good of like a description because like that'd be weird, but like York will like fixate on like maybe something he wore and just be like, oh yeah, it was like this guy and he was wearing something like this. Like, have you seen anyone that looks like that?
Let's see. And they're gonna half elf, greens and browns, dark hair, shorter cropped hair. I do know who you're speaking of. I saw them earlier today. Oh, and you can see she's looking out a couple of areas down, and you can see that man is currently approaching the Marjorie tent, just sort of like bobbing in and out through larger groups of people. Is that the man you're looking for?
And you said it is him, right?
Yeah, as you look over, you can see that man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would be him. Who is he anyway? Because I mean, it's not clear like what his position is in the house, right? Like it just kind of seems like he's moving around.
Yeah, Yeah, no, he's just kind of moving around. No clear identifier.
Yeah. Yeah, so he would ask that, like, who is that anyway?
That is. Oh, yes. That is Ellis Ward. He is the cupbearer to Marjorie.
What's a cupbearer do?
Well, anytime that the knight needs wine or water or ale, it is Ellis's job to retrieve that.
Oh, I see. Is that like a? Sorry, I'm not from a major house. Is that like a position of high honor?
Oh, no, typically it's done as a, I mean, yes, it is. It is typically a way to school or educate a certain member, or it could be a way to elevate a low-born individual who has done great services for a house to a position of honor, where if they are serving well enough as a cupbearer, they may as one day become a squire or even a knight of the house.
Can I get an insight check on her? Because she totally just completely switched gears in her answer.
Yeah.
Like, is there something particularly about him or the position that she's kind of like, I don't know?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Okay, that's good. Insight. All right, yeah, 24.
24. It seems as though her political what's the word I'm looking for here? Her political filter slipped away for a moment. It doesn't necessarily seem to be anything related to him in particular. It's just that the position of cupbearer, you can kind of tell from how she started, is not really that honorable of a position. Lords and ladies and knights might just say it is, to make the person feel better about just being a servant with a title.
Okay, gotcha. So it wasn't like any malice towards him. It was just kind of like, yeah, she was just, okay, I see now. All right, cool. All right, well, anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to take up too much of your time. I actually need to go catch him when I have a second. I wanted to ask him something. But thank you. And when people come up to like talk to them, has it been customary that they get like any sort of a pay or anything, or is it just kind of like?
No, you don't have to pay.
I don't know. It's typical. Okay,
tips are appreciated, but not necessary. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, right. I don't keep cash on me. I'm sorry. Do you take card? No, we can't take card. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. But
oh yes, we do take
by
card.
The way.
Oh, I forgot. I left my wallet in the car. Sorry.
No. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. No. But yeah, Yorick will be like, by the way, that last fight. Oh, and he'll just kind of do like the fingers together, like nice, like that was sick. Huh. Hope you guys continue to do well. That was an awesome fight.
Okay, as you say that, there is a fair bit of proximity from where you are to where Marjorie is, and you can see at the mention of awesome fight or great fight or the phrasing how you repeated it, you can see Marjorie's head kind of turns. And she looks you up and down for a second, and she's gonna get up and she's gonna start walking over towards you.
Fuck! Just trying to give a compliment, caught her attention. Alright, well, we're committed to this now. Torque would turn and see her approach. Oh, hey there.
Hi.
Did you need to talk to? And points to the woman he was talking to, because I can leave.
No. Isabel's fine. She's good. I just wanted to ask you. You saw the fight?
Yeah. No, that was you were gifted with that weapon. You've clearly been using it for years. It's always appreciate someone who knows what they're doing.
Of course. And listen, I spent a lot of my time when I was younger doing a lot of fighting, and I know you don't have any armor on right now, but it looks like you can handle yourself too, so I always take high compliments from, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but what looks to be a fairly strong warrior.
I mean, York still has his maul on him, which, I mean,
Yeah.
if she's any sort of a trained person, I'm sure she can tell it's magical. So, yeah, definitely. And York's just kind of, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's kind of you. It's, just, combat, it's, like, it's ugly that, like, we have to do it, but, like, seeing people who really know what they're doing, there's something kind of captivating about it, Does that make sense?
I agree. That's why I'm a fan of the tourneys. I've shed enough blood in my life that, well, I could really never do it again and I'd be happy. But the tourneys help me flex those muscles to make sure I don't lose it.
Yeah, no, I feel. But yeah, I mean, clearly you've been putting in the work. That last fight, I mean, man, I thought that was a huge gamble on that last move, but you knew what you were doing. That was, wow. I don't use shields myself, so, perhaps I just am not familiar with the technique, but that was incredible.
Yeah. I will say, I don't know if, you were sitting in the Forester section, right?
To be a green tiefling with horns, to stand out so easily. That's right.
No, I'm sorry. I feel bad bringing it up because
No, it's... yeah, no, that was me. Yep, that was me.
Well,
I'm not a Forester, though, just friends.
Oh, I thought because of the green, maybe, you were, but...
Yeah, I've gotten that before, yeah, no,
Well, it was a great pleasure meeting you. What was your name again?
Oh, I'm York, and he'll extend a hand.
York, well...
She seems cool. She approached him.
York, it's very nice to meet you. I will say, I have, very little to my name in terms of, payments I can offer or, things I can promise, but, if you're ever looking to make some coin or, you ever have, a thought of wanting to join in the tourneys or perhaps become a knight yourself, I think you might have what it takes. You got a good aura about you.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate that. York will just say some general kindness, but I'd like to roll an insight check on that offer. Like, is this she's just seeing someone that's capable and she's trying to boost herself up because that's a common thing, or is this, I'm trying to get friends of the Foresters away from the Foresters?
Make an insight check.
Well, that is a 36, because that's a nat 20.
Okay. You can tell she's being genuine in her expression of her ability to perceive your skills and talents. That's for sure. It is a genuine compliment. And also, it is a genuine interest in your abilities. There doesn't seem to be a desire to take you away from the Foresters. Not at all. It seems as though she speaks, whenever she brings up Foresters, there's admiration in her voice for the Foresters. But you can tell that she wants to make alliances. You from that insight check, you can tell she's ambitious.
Okay, so I mean, typical house stuff, not bad juju house stuff vibes, then, more to summarize.
No, not from anything she said there.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of got a lot going on right now, but maybe down the line, like, we can absolutely have that conversation. I'm not cheap. I should let you know that right now. But,
well, with a mall like that, I wouldn't expect it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's beautiful. I got it recently, actually, so. Yeah.
That suits you well.
But anyways, I know you have work you need to do before your next matches and stuff, so I'm going to let you get to it. But thanks. It was really nice meeting you.
Of course. Nice meeting you as well, York. She'll nod and smile.
And obviously I'm rooting for Nalfian, but, hoping you do well as well until you fight him.
In fact, I've had a couple of conversations with Nalfian. I hope he does very well, too. It'd be an honor to go up against him in the final round.
Right on. Alright, well, You have a good rest of your day, and maybe we'll talk later.
I hope so, Yorick. She'll nod. And as she turns away, she says, Ellis, could you head to the actors district? There's a drink I'd like you to get for me there. It's a specialty. And you can see Ellis says, of course. Sir Marjorie, it'd be my great pleasure to do so for you. And she nods, and he heads off towards the thespian area.
And Yorick, since he had already excused himself, would very much, casually walk away, but as soon as kind of line of sight is broken on him, he would try to very quickly move up and see if there's any point where he can try to cut off or approach, Ellis directly one-on-one.
Yeah. So, what ends up happening is, as you're sort of following him, you're able to track him pretty easily. There's lots of people here, but you're able to follow where he's going. He's not trying to conceal himself at all, so no checks are necessary to make sure that everybody's following everybody else, or that he's easy to track. So you follow him into the actors district, and you can see there is a small stand right across the street from an area where William Bosserman's performance is. And you can see he approaches the stand, and he orders a few drinks. And you can see off to the side, you're able to catch a couple of glimpses at the Bosserman performance. There are people that look like Nalfi and Eurydice and Twig on stage that are currently talking to a captain of the guard. And the way that Nalfian's acting and Eurydice is acting and Twig is acting is very weird. It's very operatic. It is a lot. But you're able to watch them for a little bit, and you have some questions for later, that's for sure.
Yorick has this big old stupid smile on his face when he's watching, but he really mainly focuses on Ellis because he does not want to lose this guy.
Mm-hmm. And you're able to see him as he gets the drinks, and he begins to head back, and you see he tries to take a shortcut behind the Bosserman stage.
Yorick would try to quickly move in after him and just call out to him like, "Oh, hey, you!" Just to get his attention, make him stop.
Yeah, and you stop right next to the Bosserman production. So you have a cover of sound as the performance is happening like right next to you, but elevated up about 10 feet. So you stop him, and he sort of turns around with a couple of drinks in his hands and says, were you talking to me?
Yeah, I saw you earlier. You were with, and he's kind of like snapping his fingers, that one night, what was her name?
Lady, Sir Marjorie?
No, the other one. White hair.
I think you must be mistaken me, sir.
I could have sworn that was you. It's, the greens and the browns, and he's kind of like looking him over. I could be wrong. Are a lot of half-elves after all.
Oh,
but,
I know what you're talking about now. Yes, you see, my lady, the knight that I serve, Sir Marjorie, had sent me to speak with Lady Dusak. I had forgotten.
Oh shit, like house stuff? See, you can't talk about it, can you?
No, of course I...
No, that
I
makes sense. I get what you're acting now. Okay.
No,
that makes more sense. I'm sorry.
No, nothing secretive, of course. No, nothing. I mainly just the you see, House Dusak and House Holt or House Harker have a long-standing history with one another. And I was just sent as an envoy. You see, my knight has been trying to give me more responsibility as she's thinking of making me a squire someday soon.
Oh, badass. I mean, that's huge. I met some guys who were squired the other day. Just changed their lives.
Oh, wonderful. Well, if there's nothing else you'd be needing, good sir, and he kind of starts to step away from you.
Oh, sorry. The main thing I wanted to talk to you about, I'm really sorry. Yeah, it was just a question about your jacket, and your kind of like points like points kind of like down to it.
Yeah.
And like the moment that like he like would kind of like glance down to whatever York's like gesturing to, York's going to very quickly just like charge and just try to like grab him by the throat and slam him into a nearby wall if he can.
Shit. Okay, so you go to grab him. I'm gonna say make an athletics check with advantage because you get the jump on him, but he's gonna try and ride his way out of it with an acrobatics check.
Okay. That's pretty good though. Yeah, that's a 26.
26. Okay, that was 22 on his part. So he's able
Ooh,
to like.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, he starts to like writhe, and he almost gets loose. You sort of lose grip of the jacket, but you are able to, as he starts to turn around, the wine spills on the ground. You grab his shoulder, pull him back in, and wrap him around a corner, throw him up against a wall. For the party, there was a small moment as the adventurers went into the cave, and the cave shook a little bit, and you're not exactly sure why. You thought it was a special effect. So come back to Yorick. Listen, I don't have any money. I'm just a cupbearer. That's all. I mean, I have some money, but I have to give it back after I got done purchasing the drinks. That's all. I don't have anything else. I swear.
Oh, you have plenty more to offer me, and York's gonna try to like lift him off the ground while holding him, just to further intimidate the guy. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, he's lightweight. You got it.
Okay. Now, what is your plan?
Plan? I don't know what you mean.
I don't have time for this. And like York will kind of like look down, and he'll look up at the guy, and he will assume his form of dread while he's holding him. Just the eyes, like, you know, igniting into like the flame, like the horns curling back his face, because normally he has his helmet on while he has his form of dread on, but like the kind of fangs that like extend like past the lips, both pointing down and up, as it just becomes this deformity as he is just staring up at him. Lie to me again, and I'll find someone who won't.
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
Yeah! Okay, that is... That's a 19.
All right. I am, me and the knight, Helena, are romantically involved. And
Keep going.
Brings great disgrace upon her house, so we keep it a secret. And the only time we get to see each other is at tourneys. Which is why she came all the way from the Winterwood to participate in the tourney here.
Is he stopping at that?
That's all he said so far.
She wanted you to do something while she was fighting. What is it? What is it that you do? I can't remember how she phrased it, like, do what you do best.
Yeah.
But, like, York will, like, quote her exactly, basically making it clear, like, I was fucking there. Even if you didn't see me.
And you see he kind of, like, his eyes dart back and forth. I know a small bit of magic, all right? She just wanted me to, as we were going on, to cheer and inspire her. That's all she wanted me to do.
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
Well, that's good. That's another 24 on insight.
Okay. Yeah, he is being honest. You can tell there is a small concealment that is happening. Where that's
Okay, so everything was truthful, but he's not completely forthcoming.
Yeah.
One of those I didn't tell a lie moments.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Where the reason it feels like he's just stopping is because he's not telling you something.
Yeah. You're holding out on me, and York's grip will start to tighten, and he's going to keep tightening until he keeps talking.
And after a few moments, there's a small wince of pain. He says, okay, all right. I don't know why.
But somehow, several years ago, last year at the last tourney, when Helena lost to the prince, Sir Marjorie discovered us. She discovered me. She discovered what I was doing. She bid me keep it a secret from Helena that she knew, and to keep going with it, to keep doing it, so I have been. She hasn't told me to do anything, she just wanted me to keep doing it.
And I assume with my past insight check, I believe that as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's all layers to this conspiracy. I'm so curious.
Isn't this what you like, Ryan? Do you have the board yet?
Oh no, I do. I love it. There's starting to be connections. I'm thinking here. What does Helena want to do to the prince?
She just wants to teach him a lesson, that's all. In the last tourney, the one before the tourney of the Green Lady, he beat her, but it wasn't exactly fair. It was a very close call in terms of jousting. And so instead of aiming for the shield, the prince aimed for the horse's legs with the lance.
Ooh.
He knocked her off. She broke her arm and she had to continue in the melee with a broken arm. And she lost. She's never forgiven him for that, and her arm is better now after healing from the clerics. And she wants to teach him a lesson. To never fight in such a dishonorable way, even if he is the prince.
York's just kind of like staring at him. I believe you. You're caught in the middle of something far larger than you realize here, friend. And the form of dread's gonna drop. Though York is still holding him.
Yeah, and he's gonna breathe a little bit of relief at that, but not a lot, because he's still like pinned against the wall.
Now, I feel like you're a guy who got caught between two large powers, and there was very little you could do about it yourself. Would you say that's a fair statement?
I think so, yes.
Excellent. Here's what you're going to do. You are going to turn to the nearest direction of the exit of this city, and you're going to start walking. And you're going to keep going. You understand?
But I swore an oath.
Yeah, but someone here is going to take things too far. Fate of the entire realm, the land, maybe even the world is going to be changed here. And I cannot risk you telling either party what's going on until I figure out what's happening. So, you can break your oath, or I can start breaking things.
Maybe I can help you.
Go on.
Listen, I've been keeping up a lie with Helena for the past year. And maybe when my life is under threat, I can tell a lie pretty all right. Like I said, the inspirational magic is what I do. When somebody's not threatening my life, I can keep pretty cool. So maybe I can help you. And I can, if I learn anything, if I hear anything, whether it be from Marjorie or whether it be from Helena, I can come tell you first.
York's going to lower him so he's on the ground. And he's gonna, but he has like a grip on him, but it's not as tight as it has been. Just kind of like more like grabbing the shirt collar just to yank it back if he tries to dart off. Do you love her? Do you love either of them? You can define love in whatever way you want. Don't think about it that hard.
Helena sees me as a person. And Marjorie does too, but I know that a cupbearer is no great title, but sometimes I think she looks down on me for what I did. At least Helena still respects me.
If you learned Helena was going to do something, such as kill the prince, would you stop her?
Of course, I'm Iverion. I was born and bred here. I've lived here all my life. Of course I don't want to see the prince die. I never would. Ever, I swear. On the Dawn Father, on the Raven Queen, on the Mother of Mountains, on whatever gods old and new, I swear it, I do. I would never hurt the prince or the king or anyone.
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
Because if he's a bard, he's pretty good at talking. 17.
As far as you can tell, he's being honest. He does seem desperate, but considering the person who's staring him down right now, that makes sense to York.
Yeah. York's going to just kind of stare at him for a moment, and he's going to let go completely. He's going to take a single step back to give him some breathing room.
Kind of brushes his shirt off, straightens it out.
Are you sure you want to do this? You don't need to be involved. Now that you know what's at stake, you can walk away. Wouldn't even blame you at that point.
No, if somebody means to hurt the prince, I mean to stop them.
I don't know that the prince is in danger, but someone's trying something here that's going to destabilize this land. And I can't think of any more effective way of doing that than the prince.
Then I'll help you.
Alright. I'm really sorry I had to get really rough with you. I thought, like, you were gonna, like, poison Marjorie or something, because I learned, like, you were with Helena, and then you were a cupbearer, and, like, York just starts explaining the whole conspiracy board that Ryan was making in his head up until this conversation.
No.
I went a little hard on you.
All things considered, that makes a lot of sense. I have a great deal of respect for Marjorie. She's a fantastic fighter, and to come as far as she has, I think that's fantastic. It's part of the reason why I wanted to serve under her. Plus, there are the rumors, of course.
The what?
You haven't heard?
The what? I'm not from here, friend. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And maybe it's just because I'm around the royalty, but Marjorie has been in Raven Rock quite frequently lately. Not in the ancestral home of the Hawker people. Some believe that she intends to try and wed the prince, as he's currently, single.
Interesting. Alright. Last chance, you're sure you want to do this?
I'm sure.
Alright. You're gonna go about your duties as normal. Whenever one of the fights ends, let's meet back here, okay? You tell me what you know, and then I will proceed accordingly. But again, don't take any risks. I don't want you coming off as suspicious. Just listen.
I'll do my job as I have been.
Alright.
Where do you want me to meet you?
Alright. No, back here. Right here.
Back here, right here. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty easy spot to get back to. And we haven't been interrupted this whole time, so not a lot of foot traffic.
Yes.
Okay.
A final thing. If you would be willing to... You see, I've spilled the drink I was supposed to get, and they might get a little suspicious if...
Yeah, no, totally.
spent my
York
money
will pull out some coins.
Okay, thank you so
How much was it?
It was just 1 silver apiece.
Once. Okay.
So 2 for the wine that was spilled.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to
thank you.
offer, but I forgot, so thank you for that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I figured if we're trying to... Oh, all right. Good. Here. Yes. And he'll... With that, he'll kind of begin to turn and begin to walk away to get back to the wine.
Boy. And York's just kind of watching him being like, this is either a good thing or I have royally screwed up. Guess we'll see.
Okay.
How much time until the next fight?
Probably about 30 minutes. That didn't take up too much of your time. It was only half the time. You can tell that the combat sequence has ended in the play above you. And you can hear Eurydice saying something about how she'll get results.
Oh, that was a good line. York says to himself. I should have said that to him. Keep that in mind for next time. And Yorick, and guys, I swear I'm not trying to just be like alone in this episode, but Yorick feels like now he's just kind of like vanished for like hours at a time without the group knowing. And since he was told to keep it a secret, he's actually not going to head back to the Forester stands.
Very interesting.
Because he just feels like it's going to invite too much attention at this point.
Very good point. I will say, in case you do want to try and avoid them, I would say when you went to go to the stand to see what Ellis was doing, you would have been able to see the party watching the play happen with your 21 passive perception.
Okay. Yeah, I think Yorick is going to wait just a little bit because he doesn't feel like he can go anywhere or like really kind of investigate anything in like the brief time that he has now. So I think he's honestly going to like wait. Is there kind of like a general seating for like watching the tournament where like, you know, not the lords and ladies are, but just like people who like pay or like whatever can like go and just stand?
Yeah, so in each section, each section of the jousting field is dedicated to each of the different houses, and there is a section for the royalty, and then there's also a section for the common people. So you can sit in whatever section of the people you want to cheer on, but that doesn't mean that you're sitting with the royalty.
Okay. I think, yeah, I don't think it would matter, but like York would just go and he would just try to watch the fight in case there's any developments during the next fight. But yeah, he would just sit amongst like the common people, just again because he feels like going to his party is going to draw too many questions at this point.
It's a good point.
But he still feels like he needs to watch to see what happens.
Okay. Alrighty. And with that, Yorick, as you head into a separate one of the stands, just out of curiosity, where would you like to sit? With Harker, Downguard, Holt, Edwards, Dragu, Dusak, Calderson? Those are your 7 options.
Let's give Edwards some support. He feels like the guy could use a break.
Yeah, exactly. So you head into the House Edwards stand.
Yeah.
Right next to House Holt. So you do just that, and you take a seat in the stands. As the Foresters, you all, after the play is concluded, you return back to your seats as you prepare for the 3rd round to begin. As with that, we're going to take a quick break there, and we will be right back. Thanks for watching so far, and we'll be right back. Wait, what the hell is going on here? There we go. This is the actual this is the actual overlay. Hi there, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to go ahead and dive right back into our session. So picking up where we man, your fucking things aren't popping up. That's trash. That's okay. They'll be back soon. I think they returned last time. So all of you return eventually to the jousting grounds. Go ahead and pull you all here. As you prepare for the next two rounds of jousting in the early morning of the tourney. So let me go ahead and give a brief disclosure on what exactly is happening within that one's actually not supposed to play right now. Oopie. Of what's supposed to be happening in these two different jousts. So for one, we have our introductions, of course. That of in the first round, we have the only two Tarkirian houses introduced. Oh yeah, I said that. It was like that before at the beginning, and hopefully it will be back. It fixed itself eventually, but not now. That's cool. So you can see the announcer come out and announce once again. It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce that of Sir Miriella Dragu of House Dragu, ruler of the Goldstone Peaks, third child of Lord Vermeer Dragu. And you can see her enter in all the gaudiness of her armor and that sort of jaw-dropping beauty that she has. As she puts her helmet on, she makes a path around the jousting arena. And then eventually there is, the announcer says, and now I would like to announce that of Sir Helena Dussac of House Dussac, rulers of the Winterwoods, and seventh child of Lord Godfrey Dussac. And you can see Sir Helena enter the beautiful, like, ethereal cloak that she has at her side that looks like snow cascading down the back of her horse. You can see the two of them ready themselves on each end of the jousting arena, and they begin to dive in to the fighting. And in this one, you can see that, just for sake of brevity, we'll kind of go through this a little bit faster than the last one. Between Miriella and Helena, you can see the two are pretty well matched, as opposed to having one be better at jousting and one be better at the melee. Both of them are fairly well trained, and both of them being Tarkirian, they're both seasoned in war as well. So these aren't knights who have spent the majority of their life training, never doing anything with that training. They are well-seasoned, weathered knights, and you can tell that in the way that they fight. As the two of them go at it, neither one of them are dismounted or knocked off their horse, but each one of them do land several lance blows at the other until eventually in the what would be the fifth round of back and forth with lances, both of them hit each other at the same time on the third strike. And neither one of them fall off their horse, which means both of them get one strike against each other. As they go into the melee, they only have two chances and two hits they can receive. And you can see, once again, the melee itself is well-paced and it is well-fought. You can see that Miriella of House Dussac, you can see that she is wielding what looks to be a great axe, very long haft to it, and just the axe head on the one side. Reminiscent of like a larger Leviathan axe is a great way to think about it. And then Helena, you can see that she wields a spear and a shield. And as she is just sort of dodging around, Helena is fairly quick, especially for wearing the heavy armor that she does. You can see her dodging back and forth, making short, small jabs, as Miriella is making these long-winded swoops and cuts down towards her. But eventually, at the end of it all, After one hit received on Helena's side, leaving Helena with 2 strikes versus Miriella's 1, you can see there are 2 quick jabs that Helena is able to make to eliminate Miriella from this tourney. As you can see, it is just 1 quick jab, strike called, and then a flick with the butt end of the spear towards Miriella's head, as Helena does not hit, but stops immediately right before knocking the helmet right off of Miriella, as Miriella sort of sets her axe down to the side. And you can see she does take a knee to Helena, and she says, "Well fought, Sir Helena. I look forward to our next encounter." And you can see she stands. Helena gives her a low bow, very reverential and respectful. The 2 of them shake, and they walk off the field together. And you see there's a lot of reverence and respect for Tarkirian knights from one to the other. Not nearly as much bickering back and forth as some of the Iverion knights. So you see the 2 of them fight. They go about their business, and when the fighting is over, there's no hard feelings about it, as the fight was well matched. I will say, as the first fight, or the third fight ends with Helena being crowned victor of that fight. There is another hour break in between. However, I will say, Yorick, there is no word from Ellis if you go to that spot, and the rest of you can get hyped up on snacks again if you'd like. But if there's nothing anybody in particular would like to do, we can just go straight to round 4.
I don't have anything in particular.
I'm good with round 4 if everyone else
I
is.
expected Lila to do day drinking.
What?
I half expected Lila to go for drinks again. To start day drinking.
Sure, yeah, she'll grab drinks. She's still day drinking. She's warm.
Okay.
Let's just make her drunk.
Sure.
Okay.
Tries to hand one to Eurydice. It's really good, the spice wine, I promise.
She takes 1. Okay.
Okay. So,
Ralph would just be like really intensely watching each match. Like he's vibing.
yeah, you got to watch the tape back. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah. So we then move on to our final. Twig, was there anything you wanted to do?
No, I'm all good.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you are.
Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I'm so sorry.
No, you're
Go
good.
with Twig or what? Was Twig doing something?
No.
Okay. The one thing Lila wanted to do was send a message to, or do sending to Yorick and be like, "Hey fam, it's okay if you don't want to hang out, but are you okay?"
That's how she phrases it.
Yeah, she's drunk. So
York's like, it took them a lot longer to message me than I thought it would. Instead, he'll just be like, "Oh, hey, Lila. Yeah, I'm good. It's complicated. I'll explain later. Okay, bye." Hang up.
Alright. She'll tell everyone that Yorick is dealing with something complicated.
Oh, I know
Not
exactly
sure
what it
what-
means. Don't worry about it. He'll be all right.
Are we sure?
Oh yeah, sometimes this complicated things come up. Just gotta take a load off.
What kind?
No, you just wouldn't understand. It's just a thing.
Is it a guy thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
What kind of?
Insight check.
Fill us in.
I can. It's confidential.
Zevran, what kind of guy thing is this? What's
This
happening
isn't
here?
something this one would understand or know anything about. Nothing's back there.
Okay,
Is Zevran a
Yuri,
Got him.
Yuri wants to insight check Nalfian.
Nalthian, make a
Because,
deception.
bitch,
Make a deception check with advantage.
Hell yeah!
we have advantage.
I got your back, Yorick.
What? I don't know what.
The camaraderie of
deception?
brotherhood is
Is that what you
strong.
said?
Deception,
I
yeah.
rolled a 15. Hold on, I know I have high deception.
Yeah,
I
Joe
do have a
gets
plus
it.
7. 13, 18, 19, 20, 22. 22.
11.
I think
You're-
Lila's too drunk to insight. I think she's just confused. But
Yeah,
her
Yuri
passive
just, like,
insight, I
kinda
think, is
shrugged.
really high.
I'm gonna tell you right now, whatever you think Gemma Nalfian is alluding to is not what I would had in mind, nor what Nalfian had in mind. But it's funny that you thought that way. Anyway,
Lila's passive insight is 19. Not that that
Lila,
matters.
you may notice, but it's up to you if you're
No.
sober enough to care.
Nah, she doesn't care. She's just like, all right, we'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
Nalfian's watching the fight.
Just turns back.
All right.
Okay. So, with that, we move into our fourth and final fight, that of the Prince, Henry Kjaldarson, versus Sir Angela of House Downguard. So, with that, the two of them are announced as they enter. There it is. The two of them are announced as they enter, and you can hear the announcer say, "It is my honor to now introduce Sir Angela of House Downguard, banner bearers of House Harker, second child of Lord Tylan Downguard." And you can see the banner of the rainbow trout on the back, on the white background, the rainbow cloak that she currently wears with the shreds, not shreds, but the strands of pastel colors hanging behind her back, creating this like a floating rainbow that follows behind her as she waves and smiles to the audience. Okay. So you can see the cloth trailing behind her as she enters and heads to her respective side, and you can see Sir Henry Kjaldarson begin to enter as the announcer says, "It is now my honor to present that of Sir Henry Kjaldarson, Prince of House Kjaldarson, ruler of the Reach, first and only child of King Theodoric Kjaldarson, King of Iverion, and heir to the Black Feather Throne." And you can see the blue and gold enameled armor that, oh wait, no, sorry. You can see that he's wearing, that's right, black armor with the feathered cloak at his side, choosing not to use the colors of the house, instead choosing to represent himself and perhaps his birthright. So, with that, he enters, the crowd cheers and chants, and Sir Henry and Sir Angela begin the fighting. And you can tell that Henry is very good. Henry has lived up to his name as a knight of tourneys, and it is something that is very, very, very well earned. Because as he goes to fight, you can tell Sir Angela is very good, but Henry is a lot better. It is very reminiscent of the fight between Dickon and Nalfian. But you can see that Henry, when eventually they do get into the melee, after Henry wins the joust, knocking her off on the second lance, Angela does land a lance blow on Henry, but Henry's not knocked off. You can see that Henry does go for the Warhammer, or the maul, sorry. This like big two-handed heavy maul, this boulder pretty much on the opposite end, embedded with these sapphires on each side, with this gold enamel work around the haft of the maul. And you can see Angela opting for what looks to be a slightly curved longsword and a small, very, very, very small buckler that she uses a lot for parrying and deflecting blows. And Angela is a very good melee combatant, but Henry just has this strength behind his attacks, where after one blow from the Warhammer, you can see it almost knocks the wind out of Angela, as instead of going to parry like she's really good at with smaller weapons, she has to spend a lot of time dodging out of the way of the blows. And she dodges quite a few, and she's able to land one blow on Henry to score 1 point for herself, but Henry is able to land a second and third blow, eliminating her from the fighting, leaving Prince Henry to move on to the semifinalists, which means that the rest of the tourney is now planned. Nalf will go up against Marjorie in the next round. Helena will go up against the Prince, and then whoever wins those 2 rounds will go up against each other. So, with that, we now move on. As the announcer says, it is my great honor to announce Prince Henry Calderson, victor of this round of the tourney. We will now take a brief recess from the tourney activities for the next 2 hours, where any of the ladies of any respective houses may now meet. They may talk as they see fit. We will return in 2 hours to see the brave Sir Nalfian of House Forrester go up against that of Sir Marjorie Harker. And with that, you can see most people begin to clap and cheer as they get up from their seats and begin to head out. And I would say that all of you are able to clearly see you're able to clearly see that there seems to be a divergence, where there are a fair amount of people heading back out into the festival grounds, but there are also what seems to be the ladies and some lords that are heading to a larger tent closer to the jousting arena, which seems to be where that nobility is going. So with that, I leave it up to all of you what you would like to do.
Yeah, Trick will look back at the others, just to kind of yellow with me kind of thing.
I suppose I should go over there, right?
Pointed obviously towards where the other ladies are going.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any questions or suggestions before you go, or you feel good?
I don't think I even know what I should ask. So, good? Maybe not. I suppose I'll see.
Just get to know them. They're just people. I'm sure they'll ask you some big questions. So please do mentally prepare for that. But you don't have to give them the most in-depth answer.
Right, and
Just
I
a
mean,
simple-
I'll have you guys with me, so, right?
She's gonna look to Eurydice.
Well, are we,
You are coming with me, right?
Joe, looking at the ladies and, the laws that are going in, are they with, entourage type? People that obviously aren't, or is it just them that are going in?
There is some entourage. It doesn't seem to be anything big, but there are people that are accompanying the ladies into the tent.
Is this a lady-only event? Does it look like the other knights are accompanying them, or no?
It looks like some of the knights are going in.
Okay. Now, if we didn't want to, break practice.
Yuri's gonna, very gently say, we will come with you into the tent, but we might kind of stay off to one side a little bit. I mean, we aren't the nobility here.
I mean, sure, but it's not like... It's not like you're not allowed to be there. I don't see why you should go off into a corner, right?
Well, no, it's just more giving you a little bit of space to do what you need or want to do as a lady in that sort of setting.
I mean, I want to have you with me.
Well, we'll be there if you need us at all.
Oh, okay.
We'll be right there, Twig. And Nalf will, like, offer his arm, because he'll escort her, personally.
Yeah, she'll take it.
But
Still a little weirded out.
I think that what everyone is getting at is that they want you to lead the way as the lady. They're here if you need any reassurance, but this is your time. Just like I was out there, fighting my way. In a weird sense, this is now your chance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
I
we're like
suppose that makes sense.
Tobias and, you know.
And Danny?
Yep.
Did you forget his name?
I almost, for some reason, I wanted to call him Freddy today. I don't know what's happening. It's fine. We're like here, Tobias and Danny. Just a little bit more in shape. And now, like, he's trying to make her laugh and smile a little bit.
Yeah, she wouldn't smile at that.
Oh. Alright, that was fair. We're here for your support. But this is your thing.
Right, okay.
Just gonna take just a big deep breath. Slightly just kind of tuggingly readjust her dress and then head off towards where they be.
Okay. Alrighty, sounds good. So as you head into the tented area, you can see that there is a definite change in atmosphere as the air in here is a bit more refined. As it's a fair bit calmer in here. You can hear the muttered hush talkings of different ladies or political individuals making deals with each other, talking, chit-chatting, as there are servants that are kind of moving around with trays of drink and food. And there's even a seeming magical effect under the tent that causes like just a cool wind to blow every once in a while. That's quite refreshing. So, as you make your way in, you can see that there is several large groups of ladies that are currently speaking with one another, sitting around large, what would I guess would be like considered like coffee tables, where they are shorter tables closer to the ground with a collection of pastries and snacks around them, charcuterie boards, all that good stuff. And you can see there are several open seats. It just kind of depends if you would like to be more near Tarkirian ladies, Iverion ladies, or a mix of both. I will also say
Yes.
there is a lot of the knights are also in here, but they're in a separate section of the tent away from the ladies.
When they get in there, Twig would kind of like stop. It's that whole thing of just like she doesn't know what table she's got to sit at. Like it's very much like in those movies with like the new kid at school where they got like their lunch tray, whatever. She doesn't know where to go, so she will just, I guess, go to the kind of more intermingled group rather than choosing a side.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So you can still hear some of the activities from outside, but you sit down in the area where the Tarkirian ladies and politicians intermingle with the Iverion ladies. Nalfian, do you head over by the knights?
Nalf's gonna look at Twig and kind of, as she's holding onto his arm, he's gonna look at her and just to her quietly. Do you want me to stay, or I could head off to where the other knights are? You have everyone else here. It's up to you.
Well, I suppose the other knights are meant to be there, so it'd be strange if you weren't.
Alright. I'll be right over there. If you need anything, okay?
Okay.
And you're to see Lila. Did York come with us this time?
No, he's still with the.
No.
Oh, that's right! Blah. Duh, okay.
Did Zevran come?
Yeah, he would.
Okay. Then yeah. Then he'll just say, you're to see Lila. Devrin, I guess, if you need him. But they'll be right here.
What was that?
I don't know. I feel like she trusts the other two more than she trusts this guy. You know.
Oh, that's fair. Still like
fair.
yourself
that's
again.
No. Nelvin says it
The
with
energy
love.
gave yeah, that fucker is here.
I'm sorry, no! I just figured Twig's not gonna go to him for advice. She's gonna go to
Like, did I miss something?
Nah. He wasn't trying to be a dick.
It was funny.
And as he says that, he will just give, like, Lila and Eurydice, like, she's got this, but please let me know if I need to come back, look.
Yeah. They'll nod, or at least Lila will.
Yeah, she will. Like that'll be fine. I'm sure.
Yeah. Nelf will just kind of give Twig a little squeeze, and then he'll pop over to where the other knights are then.
Okay. Alrighty. So you head over towards the other knights, and there's places for the other party members to stand or sit in the area where Twig is heading. If you would like to at least be close to her, as opposed to being a little bit more removed.
I think Lila would probably just find, regardless of the distance, just people that she knows, because I know she probably knows some of the Iverion houses, maybe not the Tarkir, and just kind of catch up with them. Knowing that, I mean, she would be able to probably, like, she's keeping an eye on Twig, and she can kind of tell, like, she's been with them long enough, like, if things aren't going well, she can kind of read mannerisms and everything, and excuse herself to go over there if need be, but she's definitely trying to, like, she's trying to let go. She's trying to be like, all right, Twig, this is you now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very nice.
Yuri doesn't have that advantage. She doesn't know anyone. So
Hang out with Lila if you want.
yeah, she'll like stick kind of by Lila, but she's doing a more obvious kind of keeping an eye on Twig, more so for Twig's benefit than anything. So Twig knows there's people close by who are keeping an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Okay. Very nice. All right, see. Okay. All right. So you take the time to intermingle with those of the Iverion households, keeping a close ear nearby in case Twig does happen to need you for anything that might be a little out of her control. So, Twig, you sit, and some of the ladies turn to you, and the collection of Tarkirian and Iverian ladies, as well as some of the other politicians that have arrived from the respective areas, they look, and one woman in particular, a woman with a Ganassi woman, Earth Ganassi woman, with long green hair that is reminiscent of like vines with like these fall leaves in her hair, and this darker, almost mud-colored brown skin, and these really, really bright green eyes. She looks to you and smiles and says, "Well, if it isn't the lady of House Forrester, it is a great honor to finally meet you. Unless I am incorrect in my assumption."
No, you're correct. It's an honor to be here.
Please, take a seat.
And she will try to sit as upright as she can. Little hands just like in her lap, very much nervous, but she's trying to be like, yes, I am composed.
Wonderful. So, Lady Forrester, and you can see this woman continues speaking. I am Theodora Claymore, that of, we are banner bearers of House Kjaldason within the Evergreen Vale. And I'll go ahead and post her name. Bop. And I would love to hear some thoughts from you, as it has been a very long time since we've ever had the pleasure of speaking with a member of House Forrester. All things considered, of course.
Right. Yes, of course. I would be, more than happy to discuss anything.
And you can see all of the ladies in the circle. They all sort of look towards each other, just sort of like each one of them like, who's going to ask the first question? And Theodora sort of takes the bait since she initiated and says,
Well, I suppose the biggest question I have is, how do you plan to take back the land? As it's very well known that it is it's corrupted in one part. Another part is full of flaming, horrific creatures. And then there are the pirates that exist in Dragon's Bay now. It doesn't seem like a very easy task.
Well, no, of course it wouldn't be. I don't think things can be that bad for so long without it being difficult, but I've read and found out as much as I can about what's happening, and I hope to only find out more. And so that way, and also through the help and, well, the offerings of assistance from others, I hope that would be enough to then fix whatever's happened there. As for what I understand, it needs to be, well, it needs to be a forester that fixes it.
Well, then I'm glad that you've returned. So have you gathered allies?
Yes. There's been a few individuals that have offered assistance.
Me losing every single name I've ever had. Fucking, what is, oh, God, I'm blanking.
Talking about Elizabeth?
No.
Elizabeth. Fuck. Ooh.
No,
Howard?
Zevran, his family.
Oh.
Oh, I was thinking of Isabella. That's who I was thinking about.
Yeah, no, I've got a list, man. I was
nice.
gonna go through it.
I look at my notes.
Is he Howard?
No, he's
Yes.
not.
No.
Elizabeth's Harwood. No, Zevran's
Tariel.
Tariel.
Their house.
Yeah.
Tariel.
Well, just recently, the Tariel family has said that they were willing to assist. And, well, I've received support here as well from,
I'm sorry, I'm really blanking on names. 'Cause I'm so good. Halo, who's your bitch?
My
No.
Alex Silverfoot of Logan Silver, Wardens of the
Whoa.
North.
Fucking word to
Forgot
man.
Alex fucking name.
I'll give you all the fucking surnames, my guy.
Wow, Twig's anxiety. You're really doing a great
Man.
job of
Some
manifesting that.
some method acting. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. And well, also received support from Alex Silverfoot. Of course, the fair is a very long way away, but support is appreciated nonetheless. And not to mention that, Elias Howard's daughter has, well, accumulated a retinue of soldiers in Tarkir as well.
And you can see an Iverion man. You can tell from the symbol that resides on his chest, that of Horace Calder. Well, you don't know his name's Horace, but it's that of House Calder. I've heard speak of this potential pledge from House Tariel. Of course, having been close allies to House Forrester in the past, of course, this is something that I could very well see happening, but you said the Harwoods, is that right? The Exiles?
Well, yes, but they were one of the 3 bannermen of the Forrester House.
Mm.
And exile's obviously a messy thing, but I've spoken to Elias myself and, well, Isabella too, his daughter, and I've heard about the circumstances surrounding the exile, and I don't think that's necessarily a concern.
Well, very well. I suppose I see no problem with that. And you can see the Horace is his name. As he introduces himself, and he's you can see that he's a larger human man, full head of hair, and this thick mustache that rests on his upper lip, as he says, "Well, very well. I understand entirely. Of course, it's important to have your banner bearers' support, and if they intend to help the kingdom with taking back that of the lands dedicated to that of House Forrester, I think that's a worthy reason to at least give an opportunity to win back their rightful place in the kingdom. I see no problem with that. My only question to you, my Lady Forrester, is then what of Dragon's Bay? As that was a city that was a city-state under the Forrester's reign initially, but now could very easily be claimed by House Forrester, and a very powerful political asset. Could help rebuild. But it never belonged to House Forrester. What do you intend to do with that, then?
Wait, hold on. Did it not belong to House Forrester? I thought it was part of the lands originally.
It was within the realm. Like, it was part of the land, but it had a lot of its own rules and laws after Duradine Dupree acquired. He pretty much became like a what's the word? I don't know, like a
Steward?
a steward, but he had a lot more control than a normal steward would, where it was practically a city-state that had its own political operations. It was just that should House Forrester tell it to do something, it would have needed to or had a really good excuse not to. But it wasn't complete control.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that real quick.
No, you're fine.
Well, I think that city has, well, it obviously has a lot of troubles right now, and the connections it had previously weren't greatest, from what I understand. And so I would say I have no intention for expansion or anything. But as it is, it's a city that's in need. A city that doesn't have any form of stability. And so I suppose it would only be right to help them there. If the relationship with the city and the house remains the same as it was before, I don't think I can make that judgment yet.
That's interesting. I do enjoy that, though. A more passive approach. That's something I can definitely get behind. See where the chips fall and all. I understand that completely. You never want to claim someone else's land because who knows what could happen then. Definitely don't want a war to break out within the first few months of your reign. That would not be good. Not very good at all, the history books, I think.
Well, I mean, did you have any intentions or ideas of your own?
Well, since it was a city-state under the rule of a serf, of a lord, had its own jurisdiction, it could be a great prize to give to someone for extraordinary service. Could be used as a bargaining chip. Should they help you cleanse out the pirates, it could be a formidable place of power for someone who believes they are worthy of it.
Are you suggesting that you think you're worthy of it?
Oh, no, I have my own lands, my own keep. I've got enough problems with collecting taxes and planning for feasts. I need no more responsibility. Plus, my swords and knights are already sworn to that of Tariel. If they insist that I move on your behalf, then I will do so. I need no gifts from you, my Lady Forrester, but I appreciate the inquisition. But for me, no. Dragon's Bay is not something I need. I have heard many a tale of what went on there, and believe me, I think the money would be nice. Yes, the money would be very nice. I could have some very nice feasts with that. Oh, the ships, too. But no. It's too much responsibility by far. I much prefer to take a more passive approach. Sort of like a riverbed. Just let the water flow over top of me and keep my place as it stands. It reminds me of a time, maybe... back when your mother was still reigning, 15, 20 years ago, I think. Recently, when Duradine Dupree came in charge, how he changed everything. Man after my own heart and my own appetite. Sadly, he's passed on now. And not so sadly, he was quite an awful man. But knew how to manage coin. Very much so. Where were we? But yes, I do not have any need for Dragon's Bay, my Lady Forrester.
It's just like nodding because like she's doing a lot of flip-flopping, and so she's like trying to really hard figure out what is happening, but she's just completely lost.
Yeah. Well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose, like I said, I think
Yes?
trying to decide a lot of things like that is not exactly the most fruitful right now. I think what's more so important is making sure that the region still stands.
Well, yes, I understand where you're coming from. You can hear a very smart-looking woman speak up. You can see her. She has these very short-clipped bangs with 2 strands of hair coming down to frame out her face. Stark black hair. But you can see her eyes have this red hue to them. And her skin is this very, very pale golden color. You can tell that she's an elf, but there's this mix of high elf and drow about her. And you recognize the colors of House Gunner. I am Elaine, my lady, Elaine Gunner, first daughter of the
current lord of the Gunner House. And I understand where you're coming from, of course, but, well, most people within the realm, they may promise a pledge to serve you or to fight with you, but they're going to want something from you. You might need to start making promises of things that you have no idea what to do with yet if you want enough allies to take back your home. I'm on your side, of course, I'm rooting for you, but I don't think I could convince my father nor my mother or any of my siblings that we should provide anything to you unless there's something that they could gain from it. It's a big risk.
Well, yes, I understand that. I understand that it's, I suppose, not enough that we are all meant to be part of the same nation and should be in support of each other. I understand that there needs to be that kind of transaction, otherwise surely the houses would have acted earlier in service of the foresters. And, well, it seems, I think I don't know what I have to give yet. And I don't want to make any promises that I can't maintain.
I quite understand. Do you mind if I ask you a question, Lady Forrester?
Of course.
What do you want people to think when they hear House Forrester? When they hear of your name? When they think of you?
I suppose I don't have too much of an answer. I think what I would like people to think is about getting things the way that they need to be, of fixing the corruption that has happened there that's wronged the place, of, I suppose, the renewal that would hopefully happen there. I think that message would go just beyond the land itself. From what I understand, a lot of things have already been very unconventional with the house, at least from what I have done already. So, I suppose that would be it. Of renewal, of making something good from something that was broken and not whole.
Well, I like it. In fact, it was one of the key pillars that Iverion was founded on. A fractured nation, destroyed by something great and evil. So they left to start anew. And they came here. I like that, Lady Forrester. If you do ever find something within your lands, or that you might be able to promise, I know you're not thinking of it, but if you can find something worthwhile, I like your message. I like what you want the people to hear. I just need something to bring to the Lord of my house. And the Gunner family has many ships that they could help reclaim Dragon's Bay with. In fact, I'm sure that my father would be happy to be rid of certain pirates. And if I may ask, if the stories are true, that of the play told by William Bosserman, at least what I had seen earlier, Brandon Barthold is a companion of yours, correct?
He was. He's returned to his home in Sandpoint and has taken up the responsibility of being the Lord there. And naturally, it means he couldn't continue with us.
Of course, and I'm very well aware. House Barthold are banner bearers to House Gunner. Yeah, the
mansplain your house, dude. I didn't look at the map. Hold up.
That should be it. Yeah, House Gunner.
Yeah, okay, there it is. God, she would not have gone at that whole radish in you.
Yeah, no, you're you're good. You're good. Oh, that's fun. Okay. So, we can say that, you know, you were like, oh yeah. And she'll say, I grew up around Brandon. I'm sure that if he's anything like his brothers, or anything like he was when he was a child, I'm sure he'll make a great lord. And my father has always greatly appreciated the voice of House Barthold. So I'm sure that should you find something, and perhaps bring it to my father from Brandon, could go a long way.
Right. Like I said, I think I still need to see what exactly I'd have to even offer. I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to promise anything that I can't give away.
Of course. I understand. And she smiles at you. And you can see as there's a brief interaction between the two of you. You can see Horace. He says, "Oh, I remember now, Theodora. His name was Geraldine. That's what his name was. The individual who, was it maybe 12, maybe 13 years ago, had come, the traveling minstrel I was speaking about, who gave the most beautiful string of soliloquies. It was absolutely delightful." And Horace kind of looks, yes, so anyway, you were speaking of Dragon's Bay, Lady Forrester, was that it?
I suppose, yes, recently.
Ah, yes, wonderful one. The beautiful vistas and views from there. I've been there a few times. Not since the pirates showed up, of course. Yes, well, very interesting. He just kind of looks around. Takes a couple of pieces of cheese off the
do with this guy.
charcuterie board. Alrighty. So Twig, unless there was any questions you wanted to ask any of the women who, or any of the individuals that had spoke to you, we will move away from there.
No, I will say, you know, a lot of questions coming her way, so, you know, not addressing anyone in particularly, but just kind of like the whole kind of table, I suppose.
But I suppose I should ask what I suppose the other houses would want of the Foresters. I mean, I imagine there would be at least some interest in restarting any relations that were already there, but well, I feel like, especially as Iverion as a whole, it would only make sense to work together, right? To be in accord on different things. So, what would be wanted of the foresters?
Well, and Theodora speaks up. I think that there's always something that everyone wants something. And I think that, plainly for me, there are some that worry that the return of House Forrester could cause a disturbance in the realm. House Forrester was a very powerful house at its peak. And there are some whispers that the lady who tries to reclaim has grander plans than what everyone initially assumes. I think if I could want anything from you, it'd be to, before the tourney grounds here and all the lords and ladies and knights that are here, should your house return and should your cleansing of Hazran's Hollow be successful, to swear your allegiance to King Kjaldison and acknowledge Henry as the rightful heir of the Black Feather Throne.
Well, of course I'd be willing to do that. It would only be natural, to do so, I suppose.
Of course. It's the right thing to do, and would quell any rumors of unsavory behavior.
What are the rumors saying, though?
Well, a young woman trained in the art of war goes about Iverion and Tarkir, amassing magical artifacts, defending cities, saving people. Heroes have an interesting track record in Iverion. Dragon's Bay, after all, only existed as such a powerful entity because of heroes who slayed a dragon. They claimed that land for themselves, and they operated almost independently of House Forrester and of the king. Sometimes heroes, adventurers, think themselves better than nobility and gentry. There are some that think you and some of your companions have bigger plans than just saving Hazran's Hollow and House Forrester. After all, many words have been spoken about similar heroes to the north in Bella Clara. A rebellion takes place there now. A queen come back, upsetting the plutocracy and the natural order of things, plunging the realm into chaos. War
Well, you're
is
wrong,
never good.
though.
I never said I believed any of this. And frankly,
the rumors
my
are
lady,
wrong, I mean,
I'm a little offended that you would claim such a thing in public court.
I'm sorry. I just, well, when you're speaking the way that you were, it makes it sound like it's your own opinion. So, what I truly
My lady, Forrester,
mean-
you merely asked me what the rumors were, not whether I believed them.
Right, and I only want to say that the rumors are wrong.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that, Lady Forrester. Very pleased indeed. I look forward to you swearing your allegiance to King Kjaldison and to Prince Henry.
Of course.
You can see Elaine is kind of shooting some daggers at Theodora in this current moment.
Yeah, Twig's like shutting down.
I feel like Lila and Yuri at that, like, as soon as they started, like, hearing Twig's little, like, I didn't mean to, you know,
Yeah.
they'd start to, like, make their way closer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there just, like, an awkward silence between everyone right now?
Elaine was going to start talking, but if you would prefer to say something instead, you could.
No, not. If she was gonna start to break the silence, I think just them being in the space is enough. Unless you had something to say, Eurydice.
She didn't have anything to say. She's just making sure they're visibly close by and kind of shooting looks at the person who was like, oh, all these heroes and bigger plans. Like, yeah, bitch, we're right here. I want to keep talking.
And see, Lila's
kind of
coming in
vibe.
with a different energy. She's like, hi. Like, seems like things are happening. Like, we got daggers and we got like good cop, bad cop.
You can see Elaine does break the silence and say, I think that people that believe those rumors, Theodora, or Lady Claymore, I think that people that believe those rumors are individuals who think that their grasp on power is so incredibly frail that the moment that people start believing that they can be saved by someone who doesn't have a supposed divine right to rule their lineage, I think it starts to scare them. The power ends up being a lot more vulnerable and fragile than they originally thought. But, of course, as somebody who doesn't believe those rumors, I'm glad to know that you're not one of them. Lady Forrester, I just want you to know that the rumors of that are few and far between. Most people see what you do as a great service to Iverion, not a moving plot to topple the monarchy, like other heroes in Eridane. See Horace
will just kind of like give a weak smile to her and is just immediately just looking down.
Horace says, there are rumors? About what?
Man's amazing.
Guy!
Bruh.
Listen, this isn't about what happened 4 or 5 years ago, is it? I wasn't even at that ball, I swear. You can see the like 6 ladies that are, the 6 individuals that are sitting around the table just kind of look at him. Oh, yes, very well. I seem as though I've misplaced my pocket watch, and you can see the chain like hanging off of the vest that he's wearing. I'll excuse myself now. Good evening and afternoon to all of you. And he'll stand up and he'll start to walk away. You can see that in that moment, there's a brief pause as there is a woman who hasn't spoken yet speaks up. You can see this almost translucent skin. It's like icy. It's like ice, where there's a kind of opaqueness to it that is sort of speckled with blue and silver, like freshly fallen snow. She has white hair that has this tinge of blue whenever the light hits it in a certain way. And this general demeanor of winter and snow about her. Different from when you've seen Lila in her winter form as an Eladrin. but something that Twig probably would have read about as a snow elf. Elves specifically from colder mountainous regions, such as Tarkir. And she says,
My Lady Twig, my Lady Forrester, I have not said much, but my name is Rosemary Leclerc. I am a banner bearer of House Lapierre, under Lady Lapierre, which we are both familiar that you have a great deal of camaraderie with her. And I just wanted to say that as long as I can remember it, from the stories I have been told, and from the time that House Forrester still stood, they were great allies. They were... What is the word? They served as a bridge between Iverion and Tarkir. House Forrester is typically where the peace talks or meetings would be held. It was a neutral ground, almost, between the two. The only thing that I or Lady Lapierre would want from you is to continue to be this aspect of neutrality. There are some ladies and lords and knights in your realm that wish for war. They wish to prove their steel, claim glory for themselves. But I think as all of us are old enough to know, war is good for nothing. Tarkir has seen much tragedy these many years. And all I want to see is that my sons do not march off into a war where they inevitably are going to die. Because someone wanted a keep, or more gold, or a fancy chair to sit on, and a crown to wear.
Well, I would certainly want to maintain that, I suppose. I read about, I suppose, the more diplomatic peace side of the Foresters, of course. And so I think that's very much something that I would want to maintain. I think there's also a lot that is wrong, not just Iverion, not just in Tarkir, but in the world right now. And I think trying to find peace would be the best option. Not to then just create only more heartbreak.
And Lady Leclerc, she nods at that. Small smile on her face.
I'm very pleased to hear that, Lady Forrester.
And you can see some of the other ladies around the area. They nod and smile at that, satisfied with that answer. So in that brief moment of silence, Twig, is there anything you wanted to ask or communicate?
No, but I think she would just want to get a vibe check. Because I don't know if everyone has spoken that's at the table, but especially if like there's people that haven't spoken yet, to kind of vibe check their thoughts.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Yeah. Just trying to see if the general vibe is approving or like, if there are people that are just like, what the fuck is this thing? Which is valid. What's my mod? Oh, it's good. It's a 19.
19, okay. The majority of the people, so of a round of 9, I'd say 6 of the individuals here are nodding along, and they seem pleasantly pleased with what you've been saying. There are 3, though. It seems to not be that they don't like what you say. More so, they don't... How do I want to phrase this? Coming from Theodora and 2 of the other individuals, it seems to be a disrespect of your age, that you're too young to be the leader of a house, and that you don't know enough to do this. Where even though the other ladies seem to nod and appreciate what you're saying, that wisdom in your young age, there are others that just write you off because you are younger.
You know what? I can't even be mad at that. Oh. But yeah. There was nothing else in particular that she wanted to say.
Alrighty. So, with that, as you all are sitting around, Lila and Eurydice, you hear Twig. She's able to come out the other end, and she doesn't shut down completely. Twig, would you participate in like little bits of small talk that happens from that point on?
She would try. I imagine it's very fucking clumsy though. I imagine she's fucking shit at small talk.
Yeah. You.
And it's also like, I imagine she's like almost like half the age of most people here, if not less. And so I imagine there's also like that disconnect there where it's just like she's very much, you know, these are her peers, but they're not her peers, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I gotcha. Okay. So you do just that, and you have a good amount of interaction, and you feel yourself getting better at it by the end of it. You're not good,
yeah,
but you're better. Yeah, you're better than what you were at the beginning. So with that, we'll cut elsewhere in the tent to Nalfian. Nalfian, as you move over to the other knights, you can see that all of the knights are currently here. All 7 others that are participating in the tourney have come to support their respective ladies or lords that might be here that accompanied with them. And as you stand around, it's mostly just small talk, talking about preferences with weapons or battle tactics to use or battles that you fought in, fights that you've had, things like that. And you can see that Henry is drinking. Not water. He's definitely, his cupbearer has been busy, refilling the wine cup quite frequently. And he's getting a little bit more belligerent. There is that kingly nature that he has about him when he's sober. But it changes as he starts to drink more. As he sort of smiles and, you know, he lays it on a little thick sometimes, and he says, you know, I think that it's quite interesting. Considering everyone who's here, first of the season, you know, I think that it's really quite wonderful to see new, fresh faces like you, Sir Nalfian. You know, I'm not going to lie, of course, I think I've shared with you before that I've heard of your exploits in not just Raven Rock, but in Sandpoint, and in Highland Pass, and in Wheat Hill. Interactions with the Children of the Flame, is that right?
Yeah, we've crossed paths a few times.
Oh my goodness. Absolute self-righteous bastards, right?
Well, it just depends on which ones you run into.
Yes, I suppose so. Everyone's like that, isn't it? You could meet a knight who is an absolute charming individual, and then others just tend to be a bit of a wet noodle. Isn't that right, Dickon?
Dickon's not that bad. He's got some learning to do, but he'll be alright.
Yes. Tell me, Dickon, how many tourneys have you done since you've started? This will be my 11th, my prince. 11. Well, maybe on the 12th one you'll be better.
Hey, my lord? Prince Henry?
My prince. That's the...
My prince, yes.
That typically tends to be what it is.
You might wanna slow down a bit, friend. Let me get some water in you.
Slow
It'll be a hot
down.
day. You'll be sweating like a pig out there. You don't want to overdo it.
No, of course. Of course, don't worry about it. I have several clerics, so I drink as much as I want, and then before I go on, they boom, greater restoration, and I am all better ready to go.
See?
Of course, that's what happens when you're Prince, the finest that life can offer, right? But suppose, I mean, Nalfian, you're somewhat of a prince too, I guess of a different kind though, right?
I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing, my good man. So, Jacob, how did it feel to get your ass absolutely handed to you by, and he kind of bites his knuckle, by Sir Harker over here.
Henry, I really think you should slow down.
And he kind of looks at you, and the smile fades a little bit. You giving orders to your prince, are you?
No, friend, I just... I don't want you to end up saying something you might regret. I mean, we're all friends here, but... Trust me, I'm one for making a joke at another's expense, but...
More wine, please? Go on.
I just know that we're all knights here. And again, this is something that I have been really struggling with myself, but...
I said more wine!
Pride can be a very dangerous thing. You just gotta keep each other in check. That's what fellow knights are for, right?
Fellow knights.
I'll like, just to be clear, Joe, Nalfian is trying to be as genuinely kind as possible.
I know.
Okay.
Joe is totally
sure.
aware, and all of the other knights are extremely
this dude is
uncomfortable.
sauced out of his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You can feel, as you continue to talk, Marjorie standing next to you, she kind of nudges into you just a little bit. Not noticeable to anybody else, but she does kind of look at you and kind of look down. Just kind of like a plead to, like,
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah,
Like, for you to stop.
Yeah.
Because Sir Henry, Prince Henry, he says, a knight. Keep each other accountable. You know, before this, even before anything else, I've heard of you before. I've seen you fight before. Butcher.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we all gotta start somewhere.
Yes. And some of us start lower than others, right? How low? How far beneath the earth, right? How low? Real low.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, some of us have to start somewhere, and then we climb out of that
Thank you for
darkness
the
and
wine.
into the light.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But look where we are now. I fought very hard to get to this point.
Tooth and nail, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Now, Fiat is doing everything in his body to maintain composure right now. Every bit of training is holding him still. He's just smiling.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm fucking tired of this. I'll see the rest of you on the jousting field, and, Dickon, good luck in the loser's bracket. And he stumbles off. His couple of cupbearers follow behind, and so do the men-at-arms.
Is Marjorie still next to me?
Yeah, she is.
What the fuck happened to him?
And you can see the other knight. So are you whispering that to her? Because the other 6 knights are still near you.
Yeah, he's whispering that to her specifically.
Okay. She kind of looks at you and just kind of shakes her head and says, he's like that every year.
I mean, what? Fuck, 3 hours ago he was smiling, laughing, and kindest one of the rest of these fuckers, and then what was that?
Listen, we can talk about this later, but I don't want anyone to overhear, because what you're doing right now is practically treason.
Treason? What did I do? I just told him to slow down a bit.
No, what you're doing to me right now.
I can't talk to you?
Badly about the prince.
It's not bad, it's out of concern. My guy's gonna drag himself into the grave. Look, I'll stop. I'm just concerned.
Yeah. A lot of people are. A lot of people are real concerned. His prince feels a certain way about Tarkarians. It's why he did what he did to Helena all those years ago. Last year.
What did you do exactly?
Well, it was the tourney right before the tourney of the Green Lady. And you can see most of the knights have split off now as the semifinals are about to start. And now it's just the two of you as you're closer towards a corner by yourselves. It was last year, the tourney right before that of the Green Lady tourney. And it was an incredibly close match where the first time they'd gone at it, it was actually declared a draw between the two of them. They hit each other at the same time with their weapons, giving each other both their third strike, so they started over from the top. And, well, Henry didn't want to lose, so at the start of the round, instead of trying to lance her, he hit the horse instead. At the legs, took the lance down and kneecapped it pretty much. Helena fell.
Now, sorry.
Helena fell and broke her arm, and then had to do the rest of the melee with the broken arm. And she lost. 3-0.
He looks in the direction that Henry went. That guy. Alright, well. You, and I mean this with so much disrespect. Maybe not to you, Budgie. I enjoy you. But what the fuck? I thought you all up here were supposed to be better than that.
Maybe
Funny.
long ago, maybe. But those Knight Code of Ethics, they don't mean shit to anybody anymore. Everybody wants something. They all got ambition.
So I've seen.
They all want what they want.
You'd think I'm still in the Underdark, wouldn't you? This is, I have learned so much in the last few hours. This game is total bullshit. Where's the respect? I mean, I spent months reading and training when nobody else lives up to this. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be honorable. Or the tenets. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. That's what I'm gonna do.
You're right.
It's not supposed to be
right.
some bullshit title that we wave around. It means something.
No, it's not. It's not. It does mean something, and it means something to me, and I'm glad that I finally found somebody else that it means something to.
Can Alfie insight check her?
Yeah, make an
Because he doesn't
insight
trust
check.
anybody now.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Everybody's he's quickly realizing everybody's pretending to be something they're fucking not. Oh wait, that's right. I don't add anything to insight. 17.
Okay, she rolled a 2.
Oh, okay.
There is definitely something else on her mind that she wants to say, but she's kind of she maybe let a little bit too much slip right there. You're not exactly sure what, but there was a little bit of plea of desperation in her voice.
Nalfian like tears his eyes away from Henry's direction and looks at her. Again, with respect, what do you want?
All I want is for people to respect what it means to be a knight, to bear those titles, to bear those honors. And I want the realm to be safe.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check.
Okay, fuck. Okay. Fucking lost my fucking die. I have a tray of dice and I can't find. Okay, there's this. That one's a 13.
Okay, 13.
That's strong.
As far as you can tell, she's being honest.
Okay.
I just don't. When war happens, people die. I mean, death is inevitable. It comes for all of us, but I don't think there's any war that makes that worth it.
Alright.
And I've been in Raven Rock a lot these past 6 or 7 months. I hear things. I hear things about Henry and what he wants.
Which is?
She kind of side-eyes
And as she's about to talk, there's a blare of horns as
No!
the tourney is about to start back up with the beginning of the semifinals, which you fight in first against
Marjorie.
Against Marjorie. And she says, "We gotta go, but..." And she kind of leans in.
he wants Tarkir.
And she'll lean back out and she'll walk away.
Nalfian just is digesting everything that has happened. This has turned into something way bigger than just a friendly tournament. And he realizes that we are all kind of like in the middle of it now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a part of him that he has to tap into. Because a lot of this is starting to feel a little too familiar. And he immediately, his zero trust factor has like gone into the negatives. And he just kind of strains himself a little bit and he's gonna head to the field.
Okay. You head to the field. As you do, the horns blare. People, all of the rest of you return to the stands. Before the fighting starts, though, we're going to cut to Yorick real quick. Yorick, as you, I'm assuming, go to your the place where you told him to meet him.
Yeah.
Okay. As you go there, and you arrive, you can see he's already there, and he's holding what looks to be a long metal box of some kind with latches on the side. He's sort of it has a strap to it, and it's slung around his shoulder. And he sees you, and he sort of waves you down as you approach. And he says, "Sorry, I wasn't here last time. Nothing happened, but something happened this time.
All right. Take a breath. Breathe.
All right.
Okay. Now, what happened?"
I was to gift something to the Lady Helena.
Mm-hmm.
I was to give something to her from Marjorie.
Glancing over to what he's holding,
Mm-hmm.
I take it this is it.
Okay. It is. It is. And as he holds out the box and he undoes the clasps and opens it for you, we're going to cut back to Nalfian and Marjorie. As the fighting begins, the horns blare and the jousting starts. Nalfian, as you begin to move towards Marjorie, I would like you to roll an attack for the lance.
That's another natural 20. This is
Oh
my
my
night.
god. Okay.
Please.
All right.
Oh.
And your AC
Here's
is
a dice,
21
maybe.
with the shield, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So
I'm
her
sweating.
lance misses entirely. As you make contact, living up to what you saw in the first fight, jousting is not what she's good at. You hit her, she needs to make a dex
Yeah.
saving throw. So her AC is 20. Her AC is 20.
Oh.
And that is actually going to be a success. So she does save. She does grip onto the reins, and she's able to pull herself back up. Her lance she gets to keep. She replaces her shield. You get a new lance. As Danny sort of runs over, and he's like, do you see that? She stayed on the horse. That was fucking crazy. And he hits you the lance as you begin to charge
she's
off.
strong. We just gotta aim right, and Elf takes it.
Okay. All right. Charge again. Roll another attack.
Okay.
Ooh, that was good. That was a 27 on her part.
That was an 18 on my part.
18. So yours
Flat.
misses.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, I keep forgetting. I'm supposed to be adding my shit to it. My 18 plus 5, because my proficiency plus my strength, right?
Yep. So both hit then.
18,
So
20,
you need to make a DC 21
23.
dex save. She needs to make. Okay, so
Get
she's
it
gonna.
close.
She fails her, so she's knocked off.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
17. Okay. So
I failed though, right?
Yeah, you failed. So both lances connect with the shields. You and Marjorie both are knocked off the back of your horses as you fly and fall flat onto your backs. Splinters of wood everywhere. Shields crack and break,
Broken.
sending shards everywhere. The horses run off. You can see Marshall heading off. Danny grabs the reins of Marshall. You can see Trouble. He runs over towards you, hands you Whisper and the dragon tooth dagger. As you grab both of them, you can see Helena is given her flail and her shield as the two of you begin to run at each other. As the two of you are running and you begin to approach each other, before I have you roll initiative, she does say, Nalfian, there's a way to fix all this. There's a way to change all this. There doesn't need to be a war. As we're going to cut back to Yorick. So Yorick, as he opens the box, as he opens the crate, you can see that it is the weapon of that Helena uses. It's a very, very finely crafted, beautiful spearhead. As Helena's weapon of choice is that spear in the shield. A spearhead that could perfectly fit onto the spear that she currently wields. You can see that the reason it's in that box is it's the spearhead, and then there's this metal work, detail work that sort of would crawl down most of the haft of the spear. It's absolutely beautiful. He says, I don't even know why she would want to give this to her. I mean, Helena and Marjorie have always gotten along. They've always been friendly, but she knows of the relationship, so I don't know why she would want to give this to somebody who would forsake vows.
Looking at this spear tip, is there anything about it that sticks out to Yorick? Because, he knows something fishy's going on, so obviously he's like, what's with this thing?
Yeah. So as you investigate it, go ahead and make a, let's see, what type of check do I want you to make here? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Let me look at something here.
Man.
There's something I'm trying to see right now. If yeah, okay, no, that would not do it. Okay. So what I want you to do is I want you to make an Arcana check.
Okay. Drop my dice. It's dark in here. Where to go? Oh, there it is. Okay, 17.
17, okay. With a 17, as you investigate the spearhead, you can see that the spearhead itself is very finely made from this incredibly strong material that almost has an appearance of glass or snow, something that of House Dusak of the Winterwood would greatly appreciate. Except as you're investigating it, you can see that there is this magical energy to it. This deadliness to it. There is some type of magical poison embedded into the spearhead, where even a small slice, only once, could give the bear some type of terrible infectious disease or even outright death.
Ooh. Yorick's looking down at this thing and he looks up to his new buddy. They are going after the prince. She is, at least.
Helena?
Well, sorry. Marjorie is sending this to Helena, right?
Yeah, correct.
Well, if Marjorie's the one that's sending it, she's the one that made it. I don't know if Helena knows or not. Looks like Marjorie might be setting someone up to take the fall for it.
Oh. With that, we're going to cut back to Nalfian. Nalfian, I would like you to roll for initiative against Marjorie here. Marjorie rolled a 17 for initiative.
22.
22. Okay, so you are on the first. Both of you have one strike. With that, Nalfian, you are up first. She has an AC of 20.
Yeah, as he kind of runs in to hit, he's gonna, because he did hear her, he's just gonna say, like, in between parries and strikes, "What are you talking about?"
Okay, so are you intentionally
27.
27? Okay, so
sorry.
Are you intentionally trying to throw hits to try and get the conversation going on longer?
Yeah, so, like, he's going to, like, that one, I assume, hits.
Yeah.
Okay. That one, like, he's going to kind of, like, do some really weak-ass moves, so just that he knows that she'll block, so he can say that to her.
Mhm.
But then, after he says it, he's gonna land that.
Okay, all right. So you do, and you can hear the announcer say, "That is a strike against Sir Marjorie of House Harker." And the strike hits, or it doesn't hit, but it almost hits. You pull it back.
I'm at 2, right?
Yeah, you're at 2. She's
at 2, okay.
Yeah,
He needs to keep this convo going.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, she says, as you lean in after getting the hit, she says, There are others, Nalfian. There are others that could take his place."
Like who? What are you talking about? You?
The king
What are you trying to...
before Theodoric. King Lorcan. King Kjaldarsin. He had a brief stint in the wilds. He had a bastard there. My mother. I have a claim. And I'm gonna say that in that moment, Nalfian, are you stunned?
Yeah, man, I will.
Okay. All right. So she's gonna take that attack with advantage against you.
Yeah. That's
So
fair.
yeah, that's a 29 to hit.
Yeah, that's fair. That hits.
As you just sort of are there dumbstruck, she's going to sort of kick at one of your ankles as you sort of drop a little bit, and she swings the flail right past your face, and you feel the wind gust as it cuts through as you take a step back, and she puts her shield back up. There doesn't need to be a war. Not for the throne.
Do you think this is the conversation to have right fucking now?
Well, and she takes a step closer and kind of fakes a swing over your head that's easy to dodge.
Yeah, he's right in her face.
Yeah. Thing is, as long as you don't stop it, he won't make it to the end of the day.
Nalfian is going to kind of like grabbing her arm. He's going to kind of thrust it underneath her so they can fall to the ground.
And she falls with you. Flail kind of scatters off to the side. She still has her shield, though.
You're not thinking and telling me what I think you're telling me right now.
If you're saying that, then that means you already know.
So fucked. And they're gonna roll. They're rolling.
Okay. Rolling. The crowd, by the way, is going wild at this because these are two masters of combat that have proven themselves. So there is this like raucous cheering happening during this super intense conversation.
I have to win this. And I don't know what the fuck this means for that, but I have to win this.
I don't care who wins this tourney, Nalfian. I just want to make sure that Henry doesn't become king, because if he does, who knows what'll happen to Eridane? What'll happen to Iverion or Tarkir? He can't become king. He can't.
Fuck. And Nalf's gonna like push her off of him.
Okay, push off.
Kind of like scramble, kip up to his to standing.
Yeah, she kind of gets up. She only has her shield in her hand.
I don't have an answer right now.
Okay, before you roll to attack, we're gonna cut back to Yorick. So, Yorick, with that, chest is the box is open, and you can see Ellis is looking at you like, well, what do we do?
Give it to me.
Oh,
Give it to me.
okay, I will. I of course, yes, of course. And he sort of locks it and he hands you the box.
Yorick just looking down, just knowing, just like his head just going through of like everything that could happen if this goes through. I know you want to help and you have, but you need to go hide somewhere because things are about to get ugly very quickly. Do you have anywhere you can lay low for a few days at least?
Yes, I have a friend who lives in Wheat Hill. I could go there for a few days.
Do you need money?
No.
Transport, supplies, anything.
No. She gave me money to buy a few things on my way back. I can just use that.
You're sure?
I'm sure. I'll be fine.
Okay. Go. I'll take care of it from here.
Okay. And he'll
You
just...
did good.
Thank you. Good luck. And she will, or he will nod, and he'll just dart off, heading towards the closest gate out of Hearthcrest.
Yorick will look down at the case And he'll... How long of a spear is it, or is it just the spear head that she would replace, basically?
It's the spearhead with some metal coming off of the end. So it's longer than a spearhead, but half of the length is supposed to be on the haft itself.
Is it kind of like the Leonidas spear from like Odyssey? It's almost like a half spear kind of thing?
Yeah, it could be used as that, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Yorick is going to take the spear out of the case, and he'll put it in his bag. And he'll just kind of like take a deep breath and just kind of slow his heart rate down as he's thinking about everything. Time to hunt, I suppose. And he will turn and head to where the fighting is going to take place.
Okay. Alrighty. So Yorick, I would say that you get back to the jousting arena as Marjorie and Nalfian are just getting to the head of this fight. And you're able to walk through the stands, and you're able to see Nalfian kind of currently like rolling on the ground, this really like dirty fight between him and Marjorie, as eventually Nalfian kips up onto his feet, and Marjorie just has her shield in her hand. And you can tell the two of them are talking to each other a lot more than most of the other combatants have been. And you can see Nalfian. What's Nalfian's face look like in this moment?
God.
What could Yorick ascertain?
His surprise, confusion. It's almost like there's a hesitancy, not in what he's doing, but in whatever he's thinking about. Like, brows very much furrowed, when normally when he's in combat, it's more like a laser focus, sometimes even a more happy look, but he looks concerned.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, Yorick, you see that. Are you doing anything in particular, or are you just waiting?
How far away are they from where? Because like Yorick would like, you know, not like super rude, like get the fuck out of my way. But I mean, he would do like that Assassin's Creed, like get out of the way, get out of the way, like just moving to the front. If anyone's talking to him, he's just ignoring him. Like as close as he can get. How far away is he?
He's probably maybe 60 feet of difficult terrain. Just getting through the larger, like, vomitorium almost into the jousting arena in order to get to the edge of the arena where he could, like, potentially be right at the edge and be maybe 30 feet away from Nalfian at that point. So you're probably 90 feet away from Nalfian and the two of them fighting.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to try and get a lot closer to, A, kind of get a better read of what's going on, but also so he and Nalfian can communicate clearly. So, I mean, he is going to, you know, like Moses, part all these people out of the way and just go through.
Okay, alrighty. So you do that. Yorick, you're a big guy. You're easily able to do that. My question is, you'll move faster. Obviously, you're not throwing people out of the way, but are you trying to be stealthy at all?
No.
Okay, so as you're moving, I would say that, let's see here. Twig and Lila, with a passive perception of 18 and 19, focused on the fighting, you do see, very obviously, Yorick, green skin tiefling, moving throughout a large group of people headed towards the edge of the arena on what looks to be the opposite side of where you guys are currently seated, but making his way towards where Nalfian and Marjorie are. So I leave it up to the two of you if you want to do anything in response to seeing that. And Yorick, you would be able to get to the edge before Nalfian lands or attacks. Like before he actually swings to attack. You'd be able to get to the edge.
Okay.
So...
I mean...
sorry,
go ahead.
Is Lila and Twig, are either one of the two of you doing anything, seeing him?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we'd be able to see, like, Nalfian's, like, whole, like, conversation. Like, it feels off. We could probably both tell that from our past.
Definitely from, like, the last combat he was in. Like, he was super showmanship, having a good time, but this looks very different.
I feel like Lila, like, looking to Twig, would at least, like, say that so Eurydice and Zevran could know, too. But Lila would be like, maybe we should get closer just in case they need us. Because we have a wide range of things, but if we're too far away, it might be too late.
Yeah, because obviously Yorick is something's happening. He's like moving through a purpose, so we don't know what this purpose is. We don't know what the fuck's happening. Nalf's doing weird shit as well. So how far away are we from Yorick?
Ooh, from Yorick, probably 120 feet.
Okay.
I mean, I know. Sorry, finish what you were saying.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see how to bridge the gap here. It's probably worth it.
I mean,
no,
you could
I'm
just
not gonna do
dimension door across.
Yeah, that was literally my thought, but I don't actually think Twig would have a little cloak thing anyways.
Right. I mean,
But
I know
if
Lila
Yorick's in
and
the middle
Yuri.
of a crowd, I also don't know about dimensioning door.
I
Dimension
know.
door?
Well, I was thinking Lila and Yuri can fly, which would be faster if there's something
be so
happening.
dramatic.
I think the thing is, I don't know how much of like a thing we want to make, and so my thought was
Right.
like, if I'm able to get my wild companion out and just have it dash over to Yorick, it could be there within like two
Wait,
rounds if it's
why
dashing.
doesn't Yuri just message Yorick?
Does she have a message, or she does? Fucking do that.
Yes, I do. Okay,
I don't think we
Yuri...
have a message.
Yes, we do. Of course we do. Yuri messages Yorick like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Yorick has such an annoyed expression right now, hearing not that it's you, Eurydice, but just like, oh my fuck, there's so much going on right now.
She follows it up with, "You better tell me, or I'm coming over there."
She wants to kill the king.
The prince.
Prince.
Yuri has this immediate look on her face of, "What the fuck?" Okay, is there any space around Yorick right now? Is
Yeah,
it
I'd
just
say
packed with people?
Directly behind him, like where he's parting, there is a gap right there that you could fit into if you dimension
Okay.
it over there.
Yuri disappears, and just dimension doors behind him.
Just by herself? She could take someone with her.
Who am I taking?
I would say Lila. At least
Okay,
it'd be
Yuri
alone,
doesn't
surely?
even. Okay,
Get as many
Yuri doesn't
people
even
there.
say anything. She just grabs Lila by the hand, and just
Wait,
yanks.
Are you giving
and
context
then
first?
dimension doors.
Please?
There's no time.
There's no time.
Okay.
All right,
Lila
Lila.
just
Grabs
like,
Lila, just dimension doors.
The boom, dimension door behind Yorick. That is one action to cast. Yorick got there right as Nalfine was about to swing. Nalfine, you see the dimension door appear. You can hear it. You see Yorick on the edge looking towards you. You can see Lila and Eurydice appear behind him with the dimension door. People gasp and turn to the massive amount of magic that was just channeled. Nalfine, do you swing?
Yes.
Okay, swing.
Oh, hell yeah. Hold on. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25.
25, that hits. So Nalfine, how do you do
He's
it?
just gonna say,
Third strike.
the last thing that he said was, "I don't have an answer right now." Then he hears the fucking magic. Oh fuck! And he's just gonna hit literally the most simple. She brings the flail around. He's just gonna duck underneath her, kind of slide around, almost like on point shoes, and just right across the back of her neck. I really hope you're not lying.
And you can see she stops. The people, there's like a disturbance in the crowd, and as she looks over to the disturbance, she sees the case. And you can see her entire body just kind of drops, like slumps. And she says, "You've doomed the realm. Not just Iverion, but all of Eridane. That case was meant for Helena." Well, looking at Yorick holding the case.
Why you gotta put that on Yorick? Damn.
Okay, so
Well,
with
I
that,
don't even believe that statement's true, but
The announcer, you can see there's a brief bit of disturbance as he says, 3 strikes against Sir Marjorie in favor of Sir Nalfian Forrester. Sir Nalfian Forrester is the victor and will move on to the finals of the Knight's Tourney.
Nalfian is gonna immediately sheath whisper and like help Marjorie up.
Help Marjorie up.
Listen, we need to have a more in-depth conversation about this somewhere far away from here because I need to know what the fuck you're talking about. I saw that. I saw how he was, how he acted, but this is extreme.
You can hear people shouting, Battleborn bastard in the background as you say this to her.
Nalfian is going to turn to the crowd and raise both of their hands.
That's spicy. Okay. You can see Prince Henry, he kind of stands at that. And you can tell the greater restoration hasn't happened yet. As he just sort of narrows his eyes and shakes his head. And slumps back down into this chair that he has. And continues sipping away, chanting with the crowd, Battleborn bastard. And I would say that most people notice it now. There are some people that cheer, especially those from House Harker cheer for what you've done, for the respect that you give to Marjorie. So with that, Yorick, case in hand, over the edge, Lila and Eurydice behind you, what are the 3 of you doing?
Yuri just grabs Yorick and, like, kind of in his ear is just like, what do you mean? They want to kill the prince. What do you mean?
It's a long story. He opens up the case to just show her, like, this half spear or whatever.
Yeah.
There's some kind of a poison on it. She was gonna give it to,
Helena.
Thank you. Helena, who was fighting the prince next. She would only need to land 1 blow. 1.
Okay. Well, they don't have it anymore, so it's not gonna happen. So it's fine.
I don't know if it's the only attempt or not.
Okay. So this
But
is
I know
what you
she's
put
behind
off?
it.
You couldn't have shared this.
Complicated, I couldn't, actually.
Lila's gonna, like, because they're whispering, like, peek over Yuri's shoulder to look to Yorick. What the fuck just happened?
Yuri leans back and just whispers, like, a quick catch-up to Lila.
She's got, like, her mouth covered. She's like, okay.
We just saved the realms, what happened? Started, at least.
Does Lila know, being, like, so involved in all of this, like higher class bullshit, does she know anything about this prince and, like, controversial feelings, controversial things he's done, like, and what's even, like, her family's opinion on it?
Make a history check for me.
Okay. History check. 21.
21, okay. The overall opinion of Prince Henry in the Kingdom of Iverion is fairly positive. He is a knight. He fights in tourneys. Most of the time, he fights honorably. He is what most people consider a well-rounded young man, and most people believe that he will make a fine king one day. That's the general overall story of Prince Henry. But Lila, when you were around your mother specifically, because your mother was ingratiated in the politics a lot more, being the merchant rather than the mage, There were some darker whispers that you heard of Prince Henry. Some debaucherous activity, some deeds that he had committed that needed to be covered up. You were never exactly sure what, but it were things that could damage his reputation as prince if they were heard by too many ears. Some things King Kjaldarson went through a great deal to conceal, but you don't know exactly what, just that things were concealed. But overall, the story that most people hear is that the prince is a good, strong young man who will make a fine king one day. But those darker whispers, you've heard something a little different.
Okay. I don't think that's super pressing in this moment. But I took note of that to add to the conversation that we'll probably have later. But like, I guess if you guys read Lila, her eyes are like a little bit like more pensive rather than like complete shock. You know, she knows that things are about this prince have been kind of stirring.
Glancing over to Yuri, York's just gonna say, message Nalfian. Tell him to not let her out of his sight.
Okay.
This might not be over.
Okay. And don't let anyone see you with that. She kind of nods at the thing, because we don't have hard evidence of what's going on, and being caught in possession of something that might be part of a plot to kill the prince is not good.
Yeah, I agree.
That, right?
Yes, of course I'm whispering that.
Because
Well, and I assume there's still
very
a lot of
passionate.
cheers and clapping, so it's probably would be hard to hear us anyway.
But we're still
Yeah.
in a crowd, so
True.
Yeah.
Yuri does message Nalfian though, and goes, don't let Marjorie out of your sight.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I didn't plan on it. There's some shit going on down here.
She replies, yeah, I know. Apparently there's a whole plot to kill the prince, and we have a weapon
So
that
you
was
fucking
supposed
know
to
this
poison
too?
him.
Oh,
I
shit, okay.
I just found out, okay? Yorick just decided to show up.
Oh, Nalfian, I said hi.
No, Yorick says hi.
Hey man, what's up?
Hey,
Okay,
dude.
Nalfian says, hey man, what's up?
No.
so
It's over.
how does Yorick know?
Hold on. How do you know?
We're not gonna do this right now.
Lila's gonna say, where should we go to help? We're just
gotta
here
get-
right now.
York just kind of shrugs. I've kind of been acting on impulse this whole time. We gotta talk
Oh
to
my
her, make
God.
sure that what. I saved the prince. You're welcome.
Right. We need to go get
Ugh.
Twig and Zephyrin and just generally reconvene.
All right, you guys go get Twig. I'll follow Nalfian and Marjorie and see what we can do. Okay. You guys
You're
can catch up
following
with us.
Marjorie with the... Okay.
Give that to us.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow her with it.
But there's you've got the case, you've got the weapon, you've got the thing.
Should we keep
So?
it as far away
You didn't
from
hang up,
here?
Eurydice. I can hear your whole conversation. I'm just kidding.
But Lila's gonna say to Yorick, shouldn't we keep that as far away from that person as much as possible?
Well, here's the thing. If she tries to take it, I'll stab her. See, that's the good thing about a weapon. I know how to use it.
But did you see her fight?
Nobility. And we're in Iverion. That's not gonna be good for us in general to do what we need to do to save the world, and House Forrester with poor little Twig just trying to make a name for herself.
Not a part of House Forrester, but I do see your point.
You're part of her crew.
Just give us the case.
No, it's mine.
What do you mean it's yours?
Then maybe you hold on to that. I'll follow Marjorie, and then you two go get Twig.
Oh, fine. That's fine. Let's go.
Okay. All right.
Hey,
So you split off. Yorick, you go grab Twig and Zevran, because he's still over by Twig. Like, I don't know what's going on right now, Twig.
Yeah, Twig still has no context either, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, Twig.
Hey, Yorick just pokes his head up. Hey guys, we gotta go. Let's go.
Okay.
Move
So
back down.
with that,
Please be filled in on the way.
you grab
Sure,
those two.
100%.
Do you fill Zevran in?
I don't know this guy very well yet. I don't think he and Yorick have spoken. That comp. Damn it, Joe. I gotta think about it.
Wait, it's okay. We can cover that later.
No, I whisper to Twig. I'm just like, someone's trying to kill the prince. Shush. Let's keep going.
Is that all she's getting, just the whole way there?
Look, dude, we're trying to be subtle here. That's all you're getting for now.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I know what context I have and what I don't.
I pinky promise you'll be filled in later when we're not surrounded by thousands of people.
You know, fair.
Okay.
Pinky
So
promise.
then Eurydice and Lila couple up with Nalf on the outside of the jousting grounds, as well as Marjorie. And as the four of you clump up, where is the plan to head?
I hadn't thought this far ahead.
So the next round is about to start with like Henry and Elaine. Oh, there's an hour break.
An
before
hour
that.
break, yep.
Okay, is there like a place that's like outside of the tournament grounds that's not too far?
Like, I feel like we should not be having this conversation inside the arena.
You would, if you were to go outside of the turning grounds, you would probably miss the
Okay, never mind.
the semifinals.
Finding like a far enough away corner away from everything.
You could, just as an option, you could go to the temporary theater that Bosserman has.
Okay, fuck it, let's go there.
Okay.
Okay. Yuri messages Yorick and Twig to make sure they know where they're going.
Okay.
All right, we're going there.
All right. So you go there. Eventually, all of you do reconvene. All of you eventually clump up right as you get to the theater of William Bosserman. He welcomes you in. He is very discreet. You don't need to tell him anything. He understands. He gives you a private area that is used as a costume room. Larger, more spacious, but it is something that all of you can have a private conversation in without prying ears or eyes. So, all of you make your way in.
Actually,
As-
I have augury, which I think keeps scrying. I have something to keep scrying away, and I think Lila would definitely do that right now. Let me look.
Wait, okay, so are we not feeling safe enough just being in the private rooms? Because I got rope trick, so I could just get us an extra dimensional space right now for 8 of us.
Yes. Yes.
But can't you still be scryed on? Or is
In
that
my
not?
extra dimensional space? I guess I could.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Scries would. Wait, does Scry have a thing about planes?
I think it actually does. Let me look, because I do have scrying prepared as well.
It still
Which-
works across planes, doesn't it? It's just harder.
I think
Yeah, that's
I
what
think
I
it-
mean.
there's a less. Yeah.
But then I don't think
Uh,
extra dimensional space counts as different planes. I don't even think that would matter.
Nope, as the same plane of existence as you. So if you're on an extra dimensional space, it cancels out scrying.
Okay, well then we
Oh.
could just do that.
Rope trick it is.
Road trick it is.
In
Get
the
in,
theater.
bitches.
Okay, alrighty.
In
In
the
the
theater.
private room, in the rope trick extra dimensional space, all of you climb up, and you get ready to have your conversation. As you sit down with Marjorie, ready to hear what she has to say, ready to figure out what your next step is before the second to last fight of the
That's
tourney.
what she's saying.
That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Oh.
Woo! Wee!
Man.
The stress.
God damn. That was awesome. All right, well, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in next week for the continuation of the Isles of Iverion, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the Salamander Coast. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bow, now, now, now.